Good morning. We have some compelling stuff today. We've got, I think, let's start out with uh, cross-examination of the sheriff deputy, and then we go into the medical forensic evidence, and that's some pretty compelling stuff. So, I guess we'll get started on it. Seems like it starts out pretty quiet. I might possibly jack up the sound. Um, so let's give it a go. Looks like the jury is filtering in still. If I were one of these networks, I'd feel kind of miffed at paying $2.50 a minute for dead air. Let's see if we can speed this up to get them in the courtroom. Okay, let's turn it up even faster. Okay. Here we go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're going back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. The state's continuing with its case in chief. I'll note that we do have our conduct order in effect in the courtroom and the remote viewing locations that prohibits the use of any electronic devices from transmitting any sounds, images, or videos during this trial. I would ask the public to please continue to comply with that order. I would also note all the jurors are here and accounted for, and I believe we've received the juror affirmation from all the jurors. Is that correct, Mr. Bailiff? All right. Thank you, and thank you again to the jurors for your continued service. When left off yesterday, Mr. Wood, you were conducting your direct examination, I believe, of Agent Daniels, and I'll just briefly inquire as to Agent Daniels and ensure, did you view any of the trial testimony in this case between yesterday and today when you're testifying again?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony, and Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Daniels, when we left off yesterday, I believe we had spoken about in this exhibit the house, the fire pit, Tylee's burial site, and the garage and shed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Call your attention to the north portion of the map. What's labeled as Site 1?
Site 1 was what we called burial site number 1, and that becomes the burial site for JJ Vallow.
Okay. And I believe we may have already started this, but if you could just briefly remind the jury what we're looking at here.
This was just what I would call an overall photo leading toward what became burial site number 1. And burial site number 1 ends up being in the vicinity of where that laser pointer is. And this is just kind of a showing you an overall of what the vegetation looked like, the higher level vegetation in that area, and then we'll gradually get closer to the site.
Yeah. Just 1 second, Your Honor. Can you briefly describe what's in photograph 149?
This is just a photograph as we get closer now to burial site number 1, and this is the actual burial site here. So you can see the thicker vegetation, higher vegetation around the burial site, and then the actual burial site has the thinner layer of vegetation on top. And then when you're there in person, you can see that it was actually a little raised berm that was the actual burial site.
And I believe that we covered this photo yesterday, and in this photo,
Correct.
and just to refresh everyone's memory, was this the preparation site or preparation of site 1?
Correct. And this was just kind of the once we decide this looks like it could be a good burial. Our process for these burials, and JJ's burial was the first burial that we located on the property on June 9th. So our process, what we want to do when we process these burials or potential burials at this point, is we just want to kind of establish a perimeter for what we think that burial, where that burial is, and then we just want to start excavating or digging down, and anything that becomes significant as we're digging down, the team leader will just make a determination. Okay, that looks pretty significant. Let's stop. Let's take photographs. Let's take some faro scans of that layer, just to document that for later, to try to tell the story of how these remains were buried. Whoever the suspect or suspects were that buried these human remains, we just want to show that story down the road, like a circumstance like this, to a jury.
Dyson Airwrap now hides flyaways.
And so layer by layer, first we're taking that vegetation off this potential burial.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He needs to be questions before we.
I'll
It's
ask a
sustained.
question.
It is just a narrative,
Okay.
and I'd ask Mr. Wood and the witness, it does need to be an exchange of question and answer.
Okay, thank you. Agent, I believe we saw this photo yesterday, but if you could just briefly summarize again, just to refresh the jury's memory, what we're looking at in photo 173.
So after we've removed that vegetation off the top, this is the next significant layer. So now the vegetation's gone, and now we can see those rocks that were protruding through the ground. And what's interesting now is just the precise way that these rocks are laid out. You can start to see the cut roots around this grave, especially the bigger roots. So somebody's taken time and effort to cut through these roots. And then you can start to see some board.
Agent, to clarify, when you say someone has taken time to cut those roots, was it your team that cut those roots, or were they already cut?
They were already cut. So our team did not cut these roots. So this is just how we found these roots in this grave or burial site number 1, as we called it at this time. And when we were there at this stage, we didn't know if this was burial site number 1 or if there would be human remains here. But this was a very good indication that somebody in this part of the field or property had deliberately placed these rocks that shouldn't belong there in this precise manner. So it's a good indication that this is a burial at this time.
And what did you observe in photo 181?
So once the stones and rocks were removed from that last layer, this was the next layer. So underneath those stones, rock, there's 2 planks that were observed. And so that was a good point to stop, take more photos, and do some scans. And again, you can just see the same tree roots keep becoming exposed.
Detective Agent, you've described these boards and these rocks. Have you had, through your work with ERT, multiple experiences discovering and uncovering clandestine graves?
Yes. So through my experience, I've probably excavated approximately 5 to 7 burials. Out of all of those burials, this is the most precise. Somebody's taken the most effort to bury these remains. And what I mean by that is I haven't seen it. Oh,
Here, let me ask the question. Sorry. Agent, from your experience, you talked about the deliberateness of those items placed there. Was there anything else significant or that stuck out to you about those items being placed there?
So by placing these planks and rocks, a couple of things stuck out to me, and that would be you would do that in order to prevent wildlife potentially from getting to your human remains. So if wildlife got to the human remains, they could then scatter those human remains. And if they scattered the human remains, then obviously a neighbor or somebody else could find those human remains. So then the grave's not as hidden as these person would like them to be. Also, I had already described how this grave was found. There was like a raised berm. When human remains decompose, that usually means that if it had been level, there would be like a sinking of the soil once the human remains decompose. So somebody's put some thought into if the human remains decompose and there is like a sinking of that top layer, if there's a berm to it, then that will kind of level out over time. So in my experience tells me somebody's put some thought into preventing wildlife from getting to the human remains and also thinking about once those human remains decompose, not having such a depression in the soil from above. So trying to keep the remains hidden.
Thank you. Agent, can you describe what we see in photo 183?
So now we've removed the planks and the teams continue to excavate further into the grave. And now we can see a black piece of plastic that starts to be exposed.
And can you describe what we see in photograph 190?
And it's at this point is when I get into the burial and I take my hands and I just kind of brush aside the soil from the black plastic. So I just kind of make an oval shape in the ground, and that has the feel of a human skull. And that's what I presume it is. And at that point, I take a razor blade because we need to determine, at this point, we still don't know for sure if this is a burial and those are human remains. So we have to make that determination. So I take a razor blade and I cut into this black plastic bag. And that black plastic bag, as you can tell, it's tight, sucked tight to whatever's inside. So I had to pull that black plastic bag off whatever was inside, and then I make a razor blade cut to that black plastic bag, trying not to disturb any forensic evidence that might be on it.
Agent, can you describe what you see in photo 191?
So underneath that black plastic bag, once it was cut open, ends up being this white plastic bag. And so I kind of do the same thing, kind of pull that white plastic bag away from what ends up being the skull, the head of the human remains. And I do the same thing and make a razor blade cut to that white plastic bag. And as I'm doing that cut, you can see kind of the human hair starts coming out, you know, with that razor blade into my hands. And that's the point that we decide this is human remains. And so that at that point is when that absolutely becomes burial site number 1, and that ends up becoming JJ's burial site.
And can you describe what you see in photograph 192?
This is just a better picture showing the hair that came off with the razor blade. You can see the cut that was made to the white plastic, and then you can also see some duct tape that was also inside those plastic bags.
Can you describe photograph 195?
And then from that point, we know we have the human remains. This is a burial. So now the team just needs to continue excavation of the entire burial site so that we can remove the remains. Same process, just continue to excavate down until we can see the entire remains. Maybe there's other evidence in here also. So we're, and this site, we talked about it before the other sites, but we did have a sifting operation happening at this site too. We divided this grave in half. So the top with the head was grid A, and the side with the feet was grid B. So we kind of sifted both areas, the dirt that was inside, just in case there was other evidence there. And in grid A, we had like a charcoal piece. We had a charcoal piece in B, and there's a plastic piece found in grid A. So there's other things being done too with these within the burial.
You can describe what's in photo 200.
The team's just continuing to excavate, so we're just getting a little bit deeper. You know, we're getting further down in that excavation process, and then you can just kind of see the, you know, the roots are still there, so just things are showing up better.
And what kind of tools was your team using at this point?
So when we do these burials, there's multiple tools depending on how far away you are from the human remains. We can use, when we're further away from the human remains, we can use shovels, rakes to maybe get through some of those upper layers. As we get closer to the human remains, depending on what they're inside of or wrapped in, we can use those trowels that I talked about before, which are metal. When we get closer to human remains, and these ones are wrapped, so it just kind of depends on who's excavating and what the soil's like. Soils are all different, but we have metal trowels. They're hand tools that you can hold, and they're kind of angular at the top. We have wooden tools. So we like to use, if we get closer to flesh or organic material, we have wooden tools. We have clay molding tools. So they're just little different shapes. So if you get closer to skin, closer to flesh, then sometimes those clay type tools are useful. Or tongue depressors. Everybody knows what a tongue depressor is. Those are really good tools if you get closer to skeletal remains, so you're not damaging skeletal remains. So anyway, we have a wide variety of tools we can use. So it just depends on what we're facing in these different burials.
Can you describe what you see in photograph 204?
This is just kind of the continuation of the same it's a slow, methodical process. If you've ever done one of these, or we just take our time and we go slow, because we don't want, you can start seeing duct tape on the black plastic bag, and for forensic people, duct tape has really good evidence on it. So we go slow and methodical because we don't know what we're going to find, like the duct tape. So we try to preserve that. We don't want to hurt it. And we don't know what else we're going to find. So we just kind of go really slow, trying to find those key things and preserve those. So we just keep going down, and maybe that duct tape, something just every so often we'll just, again, it's the team leader's discretion when we stop, take photographs, and just try to, so when we're at this stage, just try to have these photos for everybody to review later.
And can you tell us what you see in photograph 209?
So now we're pretty much complete with the excavation of the human remains, and now we're ready to remove those remains.
And what do you see in photo 215?
So once those remains were removed, provided to the coroner, this just shows that there was decomposition that was leaking out of those plastic bags and has been left inside the burial. And then we did take samples of that decomposition. And then this
And
is
what do you see in photo 217?
this is just a close-up of that decomposition that remained inside the burial.
Can you describe what you see in photograph 240?
This is just showing some of those pieces of evidence or the rocks that were on top of the burial, one of the first layers, and then the planks that were on top of the burial. So some of those first layers that we had removed and then later took as evidence. And then all of the evidence from this burial was provided to the Rexburg Police Department, and then the human remains were provided to the coroner.
And can you describe what we see in photo 268?
And then this was the first burial that we found on the property. And so at this time, it was really important that we went deeper after we found the remains, and went wider after we found the remains, because at this time we weren't positive. We were still looking for Tylee's remains. So now that we had found JJ's, we knew, hey, Tylee's around here somewhere. So it was super important that we used the tractor. Is Tylee buried underneath JJ? Is she somewhere in this vicinity? So we just had to use that tractor to try to see if Tylee was in this same area. So this was kind of the first time we used the backhoe to just kind of expand a little bit around where JJ was, just in case.
And did you find anything else in burial site 1?
We did not.
Agent, we've spoken about Faro scan data. Was the Faro scanner used at burial site 1?
It was.
You spoke earlier about it being at the site supervisor's discretion as to when to run the scanner. As the site supervisor, can you just explain a little further what are the types of things that would lead you to have the Faro scanner run?
Just these, for a burial, anything significant found while you're doing the excavation. So key pieces of evidence. In this case, you see a layer of rocks that are over a burial. You see the layer of planks over a burial. You know, when a black plastic bag shows up that could be the head. You know, that's those key things. You want to try to capture those, whether it's photos, scans. There's multiple ways to capture those things. In this case, we chose to do the photos and the scans with the Faro scanner.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been labeled layer A. And at this point, is there an approximate depth given?
Yes, so this is just the photograph showing those rocks on the top on this layer. And then the lowest point of this layer, the approximate depth is listed in this lower diagram.
And in layer B?
So the lowest depth of the excavation from this photograph is just highlighted right here with that line. And again, you have in the diagram just from 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot.
And layer C?
And that depth is just kind of noted. The lowest depth from that picture is just kind of highlighted right there with C.
And what can you describe for layer D?
Just from this photograph where we were at that time, the lowest depth that was scanned was right there. So just under a foot.
Okay. And finally, in layer E.
So this is when that excavation was complete. We were ready to remove the remains. And then the lowest layer scan depth when that picture was taken was just above 2 feet.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as exhibits 170A through 170U. And I would, well, wait till he sees them. And the copy has been provided to counsel in the court. Agent, can you briefly review what's been provided to you in 170A through 170U and let me know when you've had a chance to review it?
Okay.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What does it purport to be?
Looks like our ERT photos that were taken June 9th and June 10th.
And are those, are they the same photos that were used in your exhibit?
Interactive, yes.
Are those true and accurate representations of what you observed on June 9th and 10th?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves for admission of state's exhibits 170A through 170U into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may I have what here in aid of this objection?
Yes.
Agent Daniels, these photographs, each one of these photographs that are in this packet are also photographs that have been shown to you in this particular exhibit. Is that correct? In the exhibit, that the PowerPoint exhibit?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, my objection would be that it's cumulative evidence and that it's just not needed.
All right, response, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reason the state is putting these into evidence is for ease of the jury in reviewing the evidence. Where this exhibit is interactive and they may not be familiar with it, it's just a simple paper copy of the of the pictures. So it's just simply for the ease of the jury.
All right. Well, I would note that Exhibit 171, which is the interactive exhibit, does have these photographs already within it. There's an objection made that it's cumulative. I am considering that objection because the photographs are essentially all being proposed to be admitted 2 times, same photographs. However, given the nature of the different format and having considered whether or not there'd be any undue prejudice to have the paper copies of certain photographs, I'll find that it's not cumulative and it may assist the jury, would not be overly prejudicial. So I'll allow for the admission of exhibits 170A through 170U to be admitted.
Then I next ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 170V through 170QQ. Agent, can you review State's Exhibits 170V through 170QQ and let me know when you've had a chance to review them?
Yes. Okay, I've reviewed them.
What is State's Exhibits 170V through 170QQ?
There are photos that were in the interactive and photos that the ERT photographers took from the June 9th and 10th crime scene.
Okay, and do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you witnessed on June 9th and 10th?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the ease of the jury, the state moves for admission of State's Exhibits 170V through 170QQ.
Any objection from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we would renew our objection that these are cumulative.
Okay. I've considered that objection. Again, it is more than one version of the same photograph being admitted. The court does find, upon weighing it out, that it would not be unduly prejudicial to have the jurors have an easier reference of these particular photos, which are also found in the interactive exhibit. So the court will overrule the cumulative objection. The photographs on those exhibits are admitted, and just so the record's clear, that would be V through Z, and then they start again with AA and then go sequentially AA, BB, etc., up through QQ. So those are the photographs that are now admitted.
And then if this witness could be handed State's Exhibit 170RR through 170XX.
Oh,
Looks like there's 2 copies. Is that right?
yeah, I accidentally handed you my copy as well.
Okay.
Agent, can you review State's Exhibits 170RR through 170XX?
Yes. Okay.
Agent, what is State's Exhibits 170RR through 170XX?
They're photographs from the interactive.
Okay. And what portion of the interactive exhibit are they the photographs of?
They're from the house.
Okay. And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed and witnessed on June 9th and June 10th of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves for admission into evidence of 170RR and through 170XX.
Any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, the defense would object to these being cumulative.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. The court's again considered that objection. While these photographs are already incorporated into the interactive exhibit, I determined that they may be an alternative way for the jurors to more easily access the photographs and would not be unduly prejudicial. So I'll overrule the cumulative objection and allow for the admission of exhibits RR sequentially through XX.
And then if the witness could be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibits 170YY through 170JJJ. (170YY through 170JJJ). Agent, can you review States Exhibits 170YY through 170JJJ and let me
Yes.
know when you've had a chance to look at them?
Okay.
Agent, what is in States Exhibit 170YY through 170JJJ?
Photographs from the interactive.
Okay. What portion of the interactive are they photographs of?
Photographs from the fire pit.
Okay. And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed and witnessed on June 9th and 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to enter States Exhibits 170YY through 170JJJ into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, same objection. We would object to it being cumulative.
Very well. The court's considered that cumulative objection for the same reasons I've indicated in the previous three rulings as to the nature of these photographs in relation to the interactive exhibit. I'll incorporate that same rationale and overrule the objection. So to be clear on the record, then exhibit YY and ZZ are admitted, and then it begins with AAA and goes sequentially through JJJ, and that packet of photos is admitted over the objection.
And then if the witness could be handed States Exhibit 170KKK through 170WWW. Agent, can you review States Exhibits 170KKK through 170WWW and let me know when you've had a chance to look over them?
Yes. Okay.
Agent, what have you had a chance to review States Exhibits 170KKK through 170WWW?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs from the interactive.
Okay. And they're the same photographs you used in your interactive?
Correct.
And which portion of the interactive are they photographs of?
They're photographs of the garage or barn.
Okay. And are they true and accurate representations of what you witnessed on June 9th and 10th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves for admission of States Exhibits 170KKK through 170WWW into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we would object to them being cumulative evidence.
All right, court's considered that objection as to this set of photographs, and I'll overrule the objection for the same rationale previously stated as how these photographs relate to the interactive exhibit that was admitted. So for that same rationale, the court overrules the cumulative objection and Exhibits KKK through WWW sequentially have been admitted.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Loaded details. Green Goddess Prison from Panera.
Agent, can you, based on the testimony you've given and your experience and training, to you, what were the differences or the contrast between the gravesite of Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow?
I thought there was a big difference between JJ's burial, which was our first burial that we uncovered that we just talked about, where the stones were covered in such a precise way, and the planks were there, and JJ's human remains were all intact, wrapped in the plastic bags, and then the white bag at least was on his skull from what we saw, versus burial site 2, where we at first couldn't even tell they were human remains. And then the way we found Tylee's remains, just kind of that mass of organic material at first. We didn't know what that was until we kind of pedestaled out that mass, went to uncover it, and it fell apart into pieces. Saw the burned, charred remains of Tylee's remains. So just such a big contrast for us as a team, going from JJ's, how precise everything was placed, the stones, the planks, the wrapping of the body, all intact, versus Tylee's melted, charred mass, how that was placed in that burial. The items we found in the fire pit, and at the time we didn't know, as an evidence team, we didn't know the connections, if any, but just all those evidence items that we found, but just a huge difference. So
Okay.
I think that's the best way to describe it from my
Thank you.
standpoint, being ERT that day.
At this time, the state has no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Thomas, will you be conducting cross?
Yes, Your Honor. How you doing today, Agent?
Good, thank you, sir.
Good. You indicated that you've been on the ERT team for somewhere between about 13 years. Is that right?
I'm saying 13 to 15 years. I was off and on.
Okay. And during that time, you've been to 5 to 7 covered burials. Is that right?
That's a
Covered
good
5 to 7
approximate.
burials?
Yeah, that's a good approximate.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over him.
Yeah, let's make sure we don't get into that with the court reporter keeping the record, so please don't talk at the same time.
So 5 to 7 burials over the past 13 to 15 years.
I was on and off ERT, so I would say over the last 12 years, approximately 5 to 7 burials.
Okay. And where were those burials? Were they all in Idaho?
I've always been in the Salt Lake City division, which covers Utah, Idaho, and Montana.
Okay. And where was your first uncovery of a burial?
I'd have to look that up.
You don't recall?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would you consider this two separate burials, or would you consider this particular case one burial?
I would consider this two separate burials, mainly because of the contrast that I just described.
Okay. So I guess what I'm asking is, when you say 5 to 7 burials, are you saying 5 to 7 different events, or 5 to 7 sites that you, or like, I don't know, how would you describe it?
I would say some of those burials were in the same burial, and some of them were individual in one burial.
Okay. So how many sites, like how many times have you gone out and done a burial uncovery over the course of your career?
I'd say approximately 5 times.
Okay. So
I'd have to review a bunch of reports in order to give you very specific details.
all right. Have you ever done a burial in Idaho?
Yes.
Okay. Other than this one, I guess is what I'm asking.
I believe so. I believe so. I'd need to check though, just to be sure.
Where would it be?
Probably on the Fort Hall Indian Reservation.
Okay. And what about, you indicated that your coverage area was Utah, Idaho, and Montana?
Correct.
Okay. Where in Montana would you have gone for a burial uncovery?
We recently were in, well, I probably shouldn't say the place. I probably shouldn't talk about specific cases.
Well, it kind of goes to your credibility as to, you seem to have a little bit of knowledge recall issues. And so,
How about I just say near Missoula, Montana?
okay.
I've been on call outs near, let's say, Moscow, Idaho.
Okay.
And a lot of those involve fire pits. So I've done multiple fire pit excavations, and that's excavating human remains from fire pits.
Okay. And there was a fire pit in this particular excavation.
Correct. That's why I think those are important to mention.
Okay. All right. And so when you do these, you mentioned how you kind of made it sort of a grid, right?
Correct.
All right. And on the grid of the fire pit, it wasn't like exact squared off. We're going to do 3 foot by 3 foot grids, right? And we're going to sift everything in that 3 foot section, and then we're going to move to the next section, and everything that gets pulled from that section gets put in this pile, right? That's not how it worked.
We created our own grids, so we didn't have 3 foot by 3 foot grids. We just created our own grids that we showed on the map.
Right.
And then we sifted things from different grids.
Okay.
So what we collected from one grid was collected out of that grid. So we did keep track of what came from one grid and then collected that as evidence.
And where did those, like they were in the fire pit area, there were 4 grid areas, right?
There was 4 or 5. I'd have to look at our chart.
4 or 5. Okay. So the fire circle itself, was that one grid?
Yes.
Okay. And anything outside of the fire circle, there was a box or some sort of a, not necessarily a square, but some sort of an angular area, right?
There were grids outside of the fire pit, and the fire pit was one grid.
Okay. And everything that you collected inside the fire pit went to a specific area?
Correct.
To a specific blue tarp?
That went to a blue tarp. That went to a sifting area and was sifted.
Okay. And the other areas within that fire pit area that had other grid areas, were they sifted in a different spot or in the same spot?
I'd have to check with our team members. I don't know if we sifted the other areas.
Okay. So you definitely sifted the fire ring,
Correct.
but you're not sure if you sifted anything outside of the fire ring.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to ask the other team members if we sifted anything from the other grids.
All right. Well, we had about 3 years to prepare for this. This didn't come up over the last 3 years?
I didn't discuss this, no.
Okay. All right. You mentioned that you were let me get it right here. Currently the team leader of the ERT. Is that right?
Senior team leader for the evidence response team.
Senior team leader. And is that like the highest up you can go? Like everybody answers to you?
I'm over all of the evidence response team members in Utah, Idaho, and Montana.
Okay. So in your region, you're the senior team leader for
Correct.
the ERT. Okay.
Correct.
But there are other regions and they have senior team leaders as well?
Correct.
All right. And have you, on this particular case, met with any of those other senior team leaders in other areas of the country?
No.
Okay.
I have, in preparation for this search warrant, I did discuss this case with the evidence response team unit, and they oversee, they're based out of Quantico, Fredericksburg, Virginia, and they oversee all of the evidence response teams nationwide.
Okay, so the evidence response team or the evidence response unit oversees the evidence response teams.
Correct.
Okay, that's kind of where I was going with that. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Any redirect from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of this agent. If I'll inquire of the state, is he going to be recalled potentially, or can he be released from any subpoena?
Your Honor, we believe we're done with Mr. Daniels, but just as out of a precaution, we would not ask to release him from a subpoena at this time.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony then, and just the state will contact you if you think they think there's a reason to recall you at some point. So you'll remain under subpoena at this time while the trial's still going. The bailiff help escort you off the witness stand then, and the state can get prepared to call another witness.
Thank you. The state would call Dr. Garth Warren.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, I'll just briefly inquire. Dr. Warren, have you viewed or listened in on or in any way reviewed any of the trial court testimony before you took the stand here today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for that. When you're being questioned, please make verbal responses so we keep a clear court record, and please also avoid talking at the same time as anyone questioning you so the record remains clear as well. With those ground rules in mind, then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record and spell it? And spell your last name.
Garth Warren,
Gartwarren.
Dr. Warren, what is your occupation or profession?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Okay. What is a forensic pathologist?
So, forensic pathologist is a medical doctor who essentially tries to figure out why people die. And the main tool that we use is an autopsy. We use additional studies as well, but the main tool is the autopsy. And ultimately, we determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. So you said you're a medical doctor. Are you a duly licensed physician in the state of Idaho?
Yes.
How long have you been licensed to practice your profession?
So I've been practicing licensed in Idaho for approximately 6 years, almost 6 years. And I was licensed in my previous job in Colorado for 5 years. So a total of about 11 years.
Okay. And are you presently engaged in the practice of being a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Where did you receive your training in pathology?
So I attended the University of Health Sciences Center in Portland, Oregon, Oregon Health Science Center, and I did a general pathology residency and completed that. And after I completed my general residency, I stayed on for 2 more years and did a 2-year fellowship or just additional years of training in neuropathology, which is just the study of the pathology that excuse me, of the brain and the spinal cord. And then I went back to Denver, where I went to medical school, and I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology. And I've been doing that ever since.
Are you employed by the Ada County coroner?
Yes.
And what are your duties as a medical examiner in Ada County?
So certain types of deaths fall under our jurisdiction at the coroner's office. Typically, those are non-natural deaths. They can be natural deaths, a sudden unexpected natural death in a young individual where the cause of death isn't apparent. We would take jurisdiction. But really anything else, accidents, suicides, homicides, any suspicious cases would fall under our jurisdiction. So we have a whole team at the Ada County Coroner's Office. I play one role as the forensic pathologist. I essentially will either perform an autopsy or some kind of examination to try to determine why people die when they come into our jurisdiction.
Okay. To your knowledge, does the Ada County Coroner's Office have a contract with Fremont and Madison counties for you and other medical examiners to perform autopsy work?
Yes.
Okay. During your experience in the Ada County Coroner's Office, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
So it's usually between 200 and 250 autopsies a year. And so I've been practicing in Idaho for almost 6 years. So about 1,200 to 1,500 cases. And if you include Denver, it's between 2,000 and 2,500 cases.
Okay. Are you on the staff or are you affiliated in any way with any universities or academic institutions?
Yes, I am a adjunct professor at ICOM, Idaho College of Medicine, that's in Boise. We frequently have medical students who come and observe autopsies, especially those who are interested in going into pathology.
So I asked you earlier what a forensic pathologist does, but exactly what does pathology involve?
So pathology by definition is the study of disease, and it's broken up into different branches. The branch that most people are most familiar with is the anatomical pathologist.
So that's the pathologist, where if you go to the doctor and you get a mole taken off your skin, or you have to have a liver biopsy, or you get anything removed.
The new Smokin' Triple Stack at Firehouse Subs is stacked with honey ham, smoked turkey, and slow-smoked beef brisket. And a portion of every purchase helps provide life-saving equipment to first responders. Only at Firehouse Subs. Tap the banner now to start your order.
That piece of tissue will essentially make its way to a laboratory, a clinical laboratory. And the pathologist will examine it, they'll look at it under the microscope, and they'll make a diagnosis. Then that diagnosis will be relayed to the clinician, who will then give the information to the patient. So a lot of pathologists spend their time looking under the microscope, making diagnoses. The other side of it is clinical pathology, and that's the clinical laboratory. So typically, a pathologist is in charge of the clinical laboratory. So anytime you've ever given a pee sample, a blood sample, that'll go to a clinical laboratory. It'll get tested. The pathologist oversees that. And then again, the results will get kicked back to the doctor who ordered it, your primary care doctor, and that will get relayed to you. So where forensic pathology fits in that is it's essentially a subspecialty of anatomical pathology.
Are you a member of any specialized medical or scientific groups or associations?
Yes, I am a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners. They're essentially the governing body of coroners and medical examiners across the country. I also participate in committees in the Treasure Valley and maternal mortality fatality committee, child fatality committee.
Are you a member of the American Board of Pathology?
Yes.
What is the objective of this board?
So this board is the governing board that gives you your actual board examination. So after, for instance, when I completed my general pathology, I had to take a day-long test, and I had to pass that test. And then the American Board of Pathology says, okay, you are fine to practice now. And the same thing with my neuropathology and forensic pathology. You have to take these long tests. You have to pass them in order to practice pathology.
So the objective of that board is essentially to make sure that its members are qualified.
Yes.
So again, we briefly spoke about forensic pathology. Will you explain in a little more detail what that term means?
So forensic pathology, that is the study of disease or trauma in the setting of the medical legal death investigation system and the legal system. So typically cases that fall under the medical examiner, coroner's offices, as I mentioned, are non-natural. And our job essentially is to do some type of examination, typically an autopsy. Sometimes we just do an external examination. We do toxicology, and we'll do other studies. We'll do x-rays and so forth. And then based on that, I have to come up with a cause and a manner of death. And that's really my ultimate job, is to determine the cause and manner of death based on my findings.
Can you explain the difference for the jury between manner of death and cause of death?
So cause of death is what causes you to die. So that's a heart attack would be a cause of death. A gunshot wound to the head would be a cause of death. A motor vehicle accident where somebody sustains multiple blunt force injuries, that would be a cause of death. A manner of death deals more with the circumstances surrounding the death. And it's typically broken into 5 different options. It's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. So every time you do an autopsy, you do the cause and you determine the manner. One example I always give for manner is where the circumstances, and this kind of goes into play why the circumstances are so significant, is if you have somebody with a gunshot wound in the head, well, that could be self-inflicted. That could be a homicide. Somebody else did it. Could potentially be an accident. And sometimes the findings on the body would look exactly the same. So in order to determine the manner, you have to have a good idea of what the circumstances were when that individual was found, the law enforcement reports, and so forth, to accurately determine the manner of death.
And based on your expertise, can you tell the jury what an unattended death is?
An unattended death typically means that the death is unattended by a clinician. So most state statutes, including Idaho, is if somebody dies, for instance, in the hospital, that's an attended death. There's doctors all over the place in the hospital. An unattended death would be somebody who dies outside of the hospital in the absence of a doctor's presence. So at their home, that would be considered an unattended death. If somebody's found, say, in a park, that would be an unattended death.
Is there a general procedure that you follow when performing an autopsy?
Yes.
What is that?
So typically the first time I see the decedent or the body is in the morgue, is in the autopsy morgue. Typically the body is received in a body bag. Sometimes it's sealed to preserve evidence on cases that are suspicious or homicides. Sometimes it's not. So the body is received in a body bag. We open the body bag, and the first thing I do is I observe just the decedent as is. So what were they wearing? Did they have any personal effects? Is there any evidence of medical intervention? And once those are documented, I will take off the clothes, we'll take off the medical intervention, we'll gather evidence if needed. That's going to be case by case. And then we'll get the body naked, and then I'll do a head to toe exam, which is called the external examination, where I'll describe the hair, eye color, ears, fingernails, pretty much everything from head to toe, and I'm essentially looking for anything that could be a cause of death, any natural signs of death, any trauma. And then once I'm done documenting that, I will do the internal examination, and that's what most people think about the autopsy. We will make incisions that allow us to look at all the organs in the body, the heart, the lung, the liver, and so forth. And with those organs, we'll weigh them, we'll examine them, we'll dissect them. Again, same idea. I'm looking for anything, any natural disease process, any traumatic injuries that could explain the decedent's death. Also, during the autopsy, we obtain specimens for different reasons. We typically try to get blood, urine, and vitreous fluid, which is fluid from the eyeball, and we'll use those to perform a wide variety of different tests. We can do toxicology, we can look at electrolytes in the body, we can look for glucose, if somebody has diabetes. So we collect all those as well.
During your years as a medical examiner, have you had occasion to observe many cases in which the manner of death was homicide or was linked to a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
I would say on average about 20 a year for 10 to 11 years, so over 200.
Okay. Doctor, were you involved in the autopsy of Joshua Jackson Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. If it's okay with you, I'm going to refer to him as JJ from here on out. When were you involved in that autopsy?
on June 11th, 2020.
And where did that take place?
That took place at the Ada County Morgue.
Was this the first time you had ever seen J.J. Vallow?
Yes.
And approximately how long did that autopsy last?
It took approximately 4 hours.
Okay. And did you write a report summarizing your findings for that autopsy?
I did.
Based on that particular autopsy and based upon your education, training, and experience, have you formed an expert opinion concerning the cause of death of J.J. Vallow?
I have.
What was that?
I determined the cause of death to be asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth. And then there's another segment that's other significant conditions. I put bound with duct tape, bruising of the arms, and abrasion to the neck. But ultimately, the cause of death was asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape over the mouth.
And do you make a determination as to the manner of death?
If the autopsy is performed in Ada County, I do. We mentioned that there's a contract between other counties. We perform autopsies for a wide variety of counties around the state of Idaho because there aren't enough forensic pathologists out there. In those cases, our contract essentially says that we'll do the cause and then the coroner will do the manner of death.
Okay. When you commenced your autopsy of J.J. Vallow, can you describe for the jury what you initially observed?
So initially, the body came within a sealed body bag, and it's sealed because we want to preserve evidence. It's just a way of us feeling confident that nobody's gotten into the bag or something's happened. So it's for evidence preservation. So we broke the seal on the bag and opened that bag up, and then the body was further enclosed within a black plastic tarp that was held together with multiple strips of duct tape. And then we opened that up, and that was the first time that you could actually see the body. Right from the beginning, there were some things that obviously jumped out. One, there was a white plastic bag over JJ's head, and it was wrapped around the face multiple times with duct tape all the way down to the neck. In addition, the forearms and the hands were bound with duct tape, and the ankles were bound with duct tape. JJ was wearing red pajama tops, red pajama bottoms, and black socks. Another thing that was quite obvious is the body was in a state of decomposition. There was decomposition fluid and dirt and mold on the pajama tops and bottoms. You could tell even with the clothing on that the body was in a state of decomposition by the color of the skin. And at that point, we essentially took photographs, documented how the body was received, and then we proceeded.
Okay. So you mentioned you took photographs and documented how the body was received. Did you then conduct an external examination?
Yes.
What steps did you take in your external examination?
So for the external examination, I guess backing up a little bit, with everything that was on the body, the clothing, the duct tape, the bag over the head, at that point, we started gathering our evidence. So what we did is we took the pajama tops and bottoms off, and we submitted that to law enforcement. We submitted the socks to law enforcement. The bag over the head with the duct tape, We made a single cut, removed it carefully, and we submitted that to law enforcement. With the duct tape around the arms, we made a single cut, unfolded that carefully, submitted that to law enforcement, and we also submitted the duct tape around the ankles. In addition to that evidence, we also did fingernail swabs. For evidence, we did hand swabs. The fingernails actually were easily came off because of the state of decomposition, so we ended up just submitting all of the nails for evidence. In addition to that, we didn't really know what was going on with the case as far as could there be a sexual component or not, so we did oral, anal, and penile swabs just to be careful. And then in addition to that, we took pulled head hair, a portion of the rib, and that was actually done during the autopsy, and 2 molars from JJ for DNA purposes. Bone, the ribs, and the molars are a good source of DNA, and we kind of figured that DNA may be important in this case. So that was all the evidence that we got and submitted to law enforcement. And then as far as the external examination goes, like I said before, I do an examination from head to toe. And as I stated before, one thing that was obvious was the body was in a state of decomposition. The head took on a green discoloration, neck. Other parts of the body had a light brown, leathery appearance. That is consistent with decomposition. There's fairly extensive skin slippage throughout the body, including partial degloving or skin falling off of the hands and the feet. And that was essentially what I found. I also found some injuries that jumped out. One injury was a scratch. Appeared to be, there were abrasions. It appeared to be scratch-like abrasions on the left side of the neck. And angle.
Doctor, if I can ask you, why was that significant to you?
That was significant to me in a case like this, considering the way he was found. If there's any kind of injuries to the neck, it's a red flag. Do I know exactly what it means? No, but I think some of the things that come to mind are, was JJ trying to get the bag off his head? And could they be scratch marks trying to get the bag off of his head? I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what happened, but those are the types of things that go through my head. There are additional injuries, including bruising of both upper arms, symmetrical bruising on the right upper arm and left upper arm. And there's also a diffuse hemorrhage on the underlying the right thumbnail. There were also other areas that were concerning or suspicious for injuries that looked like bruising. There were areas on the ankles that looked like bruising that may have been associated with the duct tape. So when I looked at it grossly, they looked like bruises. But in all the injuries I described on the arm, the leg, the ankles, what you do in a case like this where there's significant decomposition is sometimes decomposition can make things look like a bruise when it's not a bruise. So we took incisions on the body in multiple areas that were concerning for bruising. The 2 areas that did show at least convincing hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue underlying the skin were on both upper arms. The bruising on the legs or on the ankles didn't show significant bruising or show bruising in the subcutaneous tissue. So to me, that means that it could have been a bruise, but I can't confidently say that it was.
And so, doctor, you when you mentioned the hemorrhaging below the subcutaneous, did I say that correctly,
Yes.
layer, was that confirmation of bruising on the arms?
Yes.
And was there anything else notable in your external examination?
I believe those were the most significant findings that I can remember off the top of my head.
Did you find any signs of disease in your external examination?
No.
Okay. And after your external examination, you conducted an internal examination.
That's correct.
Can you describe that process for the jury?
Yes. So as I stated before, we make incisions on the torso and on the scalp that allow us to evaluate the brain, heart, lungs, look at the ribs, all the different organs in the abdominal cavity. In this particular case, all the organs were still there and they were still well defined, meaning I could tell that's a heart, that's the right lung, there's the liver, there's the adrenal gland, so forth. All of the organs, as to be expected, showed decomposition changes, but I did not see any trauma to the internal organs, and I did not see any evidence of overt natural disease to any of the organs.
Did you check for rib fractures?
Excuse me. Yes, I did. Actually, when you remove the chest plate, you get a good look at the ribs. And in this case, on a case where you're really looking hard, what you do is there's a thin layer of soft tissue, the pleura, that you actually, in this case, I pulled away to even evaluate so I could actually see the bone itself. And I did not observe any rib fractures.
Why would you look for rib fractures?
Rib fractures, depending on the case, and that can have different meaning. It's important for me just to document everything that I see and everything that I find. So one reason is simply documenting it. I may not exactly know what it would mean at the time, but it is a finding. You can get rib fractures from trauma. For instance, you're skiing and you fall down, you get rib fractures. You can get rib fractures from CPR. We know in this case no CPR was performed, so we didn't have to worry about that. But ultimately, it's just another piece of the puzzle, another finding to explain any kind of trauma.
You stated you examined the organs. Did that include the lungs?
Yes.
Did you see anything remarkable in the lungs?
No, I didn't, other than decomposition changes.
Upon completion of your internal exam, what did you do?
So, I guess going back a little bit, during the exam, like I stated, during the autopsy is when you typically get samples, either to look at microscopically or to send to laboratories. So after the autopsy is completed and we had gathered that, we were able to gather basically tissue from each organ to look at under the microscope, and I did that at a later day. In this case, because of the state of decomposition, there was no blood, there was no urine, and there was no vitreous fluid. So we ended up sending a sample of liver for toxicology, which is considered a good sample to send in a decomposed case when you don't have options for the other. So after the case was done, I essentially had to just wait for those findings to look at the histology, to look and see what toxicology showed. We also did full body x-rays in this case before the autopsy, looking for any kinds of bony abnormalities.
What were the results of the x-rays?
The x-rays did not show any overt bony fractures or bony abnormalities.
Okay. And you mentioned that you sent off portions of the liver for a toxicology report.
That's correct.
And did you receive the results of that?
Yes.
Was there, what did you find in the toxicology report?
So in the toxicology report, there were low levels of ethanol, so alcohol. There was a substance or a drug called GHB, gamma hydroxybutyric acid. There was also a substance called theobromine, and I believe there's also caffeine.
Do you know what theobromine is?
Theobromine it can be found in cocoa and tea products.
And GHB, what is that?
So GHB, gamma hydroxybutyric acid, it's a drug, or one, it can be a drug, and it can be used for medicinal purposes or recreationally. For medicinal purposes, sometimes it can be used for narcolepsy. I think at one point in time it was used as a possible anesthetic or for anesthesiology. Recreationally, it's often referred to as liquid ecstasy. Some refer it to as a date rape drug. So what it does, it acts as a depressant on the central nervous system. It can give you a sense of euphoria. It can give you a sense of calming, relaxation. It can increase libido. It can cause amnesia as well, which essentially would be loss of memory during the time that the substance is on board. So recreationally, it can be used for all of those things. And in addition, GHB is naturally found in the human body. It is predominantly in the central nervous system. And again, like I stated, it acts as a depressant, and it also can be found in lower amounts in the peripheral tissues.
Okay. And were the amounts of GHB, how would you characterize the amount of GHB found in J.J. Vallow?
The best way to describe it is inconclusive. So GHB was found. So we know through literature, the medical literature, that GHB can be found in tissues, including liver, post-mortem. So there's really no way for me to tell for sure whether this is just a naturally occurring product in the body that was there, or if JJ was given GHB. I can't say one way or the other based on the levels.
Okay. Your Honor, we're about to enter a different portion of this questioning, and I wonder if this might be a good time for the mid-morning break.
Okay, agreed that it is. So we will go ahead and take our mid-morning break and try to come back on in about 20 minutes or so. I know they are having some technical issues with the simulcast, so perhaps they can work on that. We'll see where things stand for that, but we'll take that mid-morning break and come back on soon.
All right, please. Okay, folks, we'll be back at 35 after. Please grab all your property if you're going to leave.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, if we're ready, we can have the jurors brought in.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
All right, please. Here's our president for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. Mr. Wood, you can continue with your direct examination of this witness.
Thank you. Dr. Warren, before we took the mid-morning break, we had walked through the external and internal autopsy examination of J.J. Vallow, correct? And you mentioned that photos were taken during that examination, correct? Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176A through 176MM. Copies have previously been provided to the court and counsel.
And Your Honor, I'm not sure if his microphone is on.
I just turned it on.
Thank you.
Doctor, can you look through States Exhibit 176A through 176MM? Briefly review that and then let me know when you've had a chance to review it.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize States Exhibits A through, or I'm sorry, States Exhibits 176A through MM?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
These are photographs that were taken during the autopsy.
And this is the autopsy you discussed earlier on June 11th of 2020?
That's correct.
And you were present for that autopsy?
Yes.
And do you recognize these photographs as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed and observed on that day?
Yes.
Were some of these taken at your direction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves for admission of States Exhibits 176A through 176MM into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Under Idaho Rules of Evidence 403, we'd ask the court to exclude these based on the fact that we believe they are more prejudicial than probative.
All right, what's the response from the state on that objection?
Your Honor, these are photographs of what actually happened, what actually transpired in the autopsy. There is no better evidence to explain the autopsy process than by these, along with Dr. Warren's testimony. They are true, they are accurate, and as such, I do not believe that 403 applies in this case.
All right, I've considered that objection. The court does not find that they are unnecessarily prejudicial or unduly prejudicial given the foundations that have been laid as to this particular witness, his expertise, and his the autopsy performed here as it relates to the state's theory of the case. So having considered that objection, the objection will be overruled. And for that reason, exhibits photographs 176A. And so the record's clear that goes through 176Z, and then starting at 176AA through 176MM are admitted.
Your Honor, I apologize. May the court reconsider possibly doing this in a black and white format rather than full color?
And the state would object to that. There's no reason to alter the reality of the photographs.
Well, as I said, it was well.
All right, and I've considered that objection as well. Let me have a quick sidebar with counsel, however. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, counsel, we had a sidebar, and as it related to these autopsy photographs, I have considered this evidence, and I apologize for the delay this caused. I made a decision that caused us to make some technical adjustments here based on objections lodged by the defense and in consideration of whether or not a particular exhibit may become potentially prejudicial or inflammatory. The courts determined that, number one, it would be inappropriate for many of these photographs to be publicly demonstrated because of the graphic nature of the photographs. Number two, the jurors are entitled to view and see the photographs, but the size of the screen, if they're projected up onto the monitor up there, I would find potentially could be prejudicial just to blow the photos up to that size. And so they will be demonstrated and maybe published to the jurors, but through the monitors that the jurors have to contain the size of them and perhaps limit the impact they may have with regards to the objection made by the defense. So as I understand it, I believe we've arranged things so that these photographs will be shown on the monitor of the witness, which the court can see. Counsel should be able to see as well, and the jurors, but not the public, and they won't be shown on the overhead projector. So thanks for your patience in us getting that set up. Mr. Wood, they shouldn't be able to. So we'll have to double check as we get going here before we get into the more graphic photographs and make sure they're not being shown in the simulcast location also. Well, and that's, sorry. And counsel, just with the state's monitor, perhaps you could also just position yourselves in such a way that it's not just totally visible to all the public here. So that's the ruling I've got in terms of publishing these. So Mr. Wood, I apologize for the interruption. With that ruling, we'll get started, and then hopefully things are technologically set up to incorporate that ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just note for the record, the state did not take a position on that and just left it at the discretion of the court.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Wood. That's correct.
May I have permission to publish now?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Warren, do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would note I'm a little bit blind as to how this looks to the jury and on the screen. So I may need some feedback on
And I
it.
think your counsel can probably help
Okay.
you as well with their monitor.
What is depicted in State's Exhibit 176A?
This is a photograph that the decedent was in when I first saw the decedent, how the body was received in a black sealed body bag. You can see there's a red seal. It's sealing the zipper of the body bag that we have assigned to this particular case.
Can you read that? Sorry, can you read that case number into the record?
It's 200611-15.
Thank you. What is the significance of that lock or seal?
It's essentially to preserve evidence. As I stated before, it ensures, it lets us know that nobody has gotten into the body bag if it's sealed and hampered with evidence in any way, shape, or form.
Your Honor, can we have just a second? I apologize. There's really no objection other than the fact that there's no way to follow the court's order because the state's screen is being viewed by everybody back here, and I'm not sure about the jurors if their monitors are being seen.
All right, I don't believe the juror monitors are visible to the public, and the one concern monitor, I guess, is at State's Council table, and if there's just a way, maybe Mr. Rammel, you could just stand behind that as a way to block view of public behind you. I knew having this many prosecutors would come in handy at some point. Yes. You could do that as well. I mean, that if the monitor would turn around, maybe just for this portion, you could do that. Mine. I don't think so. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rammel.
Your Honor, can we request another sidebar?
Yes. All right, apologies again for that delay, working on the logistics here for a moment. I think we've got things worked out now, and I think we have cut one of the camera feeds for the simulcast, but we still have the audio in the other camera feeds. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your direct examination at this time, you can.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay, we're okay.
May I continue?
You may. Thanks, Mr. Wood.
Doctor, what is in State's Exhibit 176B?
This is the red body lock after it's been cut by our forensic team and removed.
Okay. Can you describe what you see in State's Exhibit 176C?
So after the sealed black body bag was opened and you can see here that the body is further enclosed within a black plastic tarp that's held together with multiple strips of duct tape.
Okay. And when you reached that point in your autopsy, what did you do?
At that point, we opened that bag and we had to peel back some of the duct tape in order to do so. And then we handed over that black bag to law enforcement as evidence.
Can you describe what you see in State's Exhibit 176D?
So you can see here the decedent is within that black body bag. So I guess at this point we actually haven't submitted as evidence yet. But this is when we opened up that black bag with the duct tape. And this is the first view of JJ, the decedent. You can can't see it real well on this photograph, but there is a white plastic bag over the head, and it's wrapped multiple times with duct tape.
Can you describe what you see in States 176E?
So this is a better photograph that shows the white plastic bag over the head and the duct tape over the head. You can see there is a defect right above the duct tape on the white plastic bag. And I was informed before the autopsy started that law enforcement had made a small tear in that bag just to make sure that there was human hair and it was identifiable. And so that's why that is presumably there.
And is the area where I'm pointing my pen the defect you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition, you can see JJ is clothed in a red pajama top that's partially soaked with decomposition fluid. And you can also see that the forearms and the wrists and the hands are tightly bound with duct tape as well.
Can you describe what you witnessed in States Exhibit 176F?
This is a photograph of the lower body now. You can see there's a blue and white blanket that partially covers the lower extremities. You can also see that JJ is wearing a red pajama bottom and black ankle-high socks. And then you can also see the duct tape. The ankles are bound with duct tape as well.
Doctor, can you describe what you witnessed in States 176G?
This is essentially another photo. It's just a different point of view.
Okay. And what did you observe in 176H?
So this is a photograph with the blanket removed. You can better see what JJ is wearing. And you can also see the extent of the decomposition fluid on the clothing better, as well as you can see a small portion of his arm, his left upper arm, and you can see it's in a state of decomposition. It's got a kind of a tan, leathery appearance with skin slippage, which is consistent with decomposition.
Can you describe what you witnessed in States Exhibit 176I?
And this is simply a photograph of the lower half of the body with the blanket removed, just better showing the pajama pants that JJ was wearing.
And in 176J?
Again, the lower half with the blanket removed, you can see the ankles are bound with duct tape.
Doctor, can you describe what you witnessed in 176K?
So as I mentioned, at this point, we're gathering evidence. So at this point, we made a single cut along the left side of the head to remove the white plastic bag and the surrounding duct tape. And we reflected it, and you can see a portion of JJ's face at least. And you can see that there's a strip of duct tape covering JJ's mouth that's essentially running from jawline to jawline.
Can you describe what's in States Exhibit 176L?
So we carefully removed the plastic bag and the duct tape from JJ's head, and that's a view on the inside. So that would have been where JJ's face was, and you can see there is some fluid and there is some tissue, decomposed tissue, and that fluid is I interpret it as being decomposition fluid. It's common to get decomposition fluid or purge fluid after somebody dies, especially when they're going through the decomposition process. So my interpretation was this was some sloughed off skin from JJ's face and decomposition fluid or purge fluid.
Can you describe what you witnessed in States Exhibit 176M?
So this is a photograph with the bag with duct tape removed, better showing the strip of duct tape covering JJ's mouth. You can also see that JJ's face is in a state of decomposition. It's has a diffuse green discoloration, and there is skin slippage, predominantly near the forehead, and you can also see his hair.
Doctor, just for clarification, where I'm pointing my pen, is that where you're describing skin slippage?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you observed in States Exhibit 176N?
So this is the strip of duct tape covering the decedent's mouth, and we submitted this to law enforcement as evidence.
Doctor, will you describe what you observed in States 176O?
So this photograph just highlights the duct tape or the forearms and the wrist and the hands that are wrapped multiple times with duct tape.
And can you describe what you observed in States 176Q?
Yeah, so I was within the bag and the duct tape over the head. The decision was made to make a single cut across and reflect the duct tape binding the forearms and the wrists and hands. So that is a photo after it's reflected. You can see JJ's hands. You can see that his wrists are further bound with duct tape, additional duct tape. You can see on the inside of the large piece of duct tape, there's decomposition, changes and fluid similar to the bag over the head.
Okay, and just for clarification, doctor, is where I'm pointing my pen where you referred to the additional duct tape?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe what you observed in States 176R?
Yes, so this is the large band of duct tape that is now removed from JJ's arms, and this is how we submitted it to law enforcement. This is still looking on the outside, so this is looking at it as you saw it on JJ.
Okay. And can you describe what you observed in States 176S? Oh, sorry.
This is the same duct tape, and it's just flipped over And now you can see the inside of the duct tape. I guess the only thing that's really notable is that you can see the decomposition staining on large portions of the duct tape.
Doctor, sorry. Can you describe what you observed in States Exhibit 176P?
This is simply a close-up picture of the duct tape around the wrists.
Okay. And when you reviewed that, how specifically was that wrapped around the wrist?
Right, so how was it wrapped around a wrist? So it appeared that it had been wrapped around one wrist, and then the other wrist had been laid on top of it, and then that was wrapped around the other wrist separately. So they weren't wrapped together per se, but more like one was wrapped, and then the other one was wrapped.
Can you describe what you observed in States Exhibit 176T?
This is a photograph of the duct tape after it's been removed around the wrists and how it was submitted to law enforcement.
And is that the same thing as in States Exhibit 176U?
Yes,
Just the opposite side?
that's correct.
Thank you. Can you describe what you saw in States Exhibit 176V?
So in addition to the red pajamas and the socks, JJ was wearing a diaper. This diaper, as you can see near the top of the photograph, it's still, you can see the white and the blue, the normal coloring of the diaper. In the mid portion, especially towards the bottom of the diaper, that's all decomposition fluid and probably decomposition sloughed off tissue.
Okay. What was the significance of your examination that's represented in States Exhibit 176X?
This is a photograph of JJ's face. The importance of that is, one, we always get a photograph of the decedent's face, just as part of the normal process. Two, at the time, it did help us with a preliminary identification, visual identification, based on photos that I had seen and everyone else in the room had seen, that this did look like JJ. So it served that purpose as well.
And what did you witness in States Exhibit 176Y?
This is a photograph of JJ's upper body, including his face and his arms. This is to show the state of decomposition that he was in. As already noted, his face has a diffusely green discoloration. On his chest, abdomen, and upper arms, you can see that there's a green to tan skin discoloration, and there's fairly extensive skin slippage that's scattered on the chest, the abdomen, both upper arms, and you can see a little bit on the hands.
Can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 176AA?
This is a photograph of JJ's lower half, his legs and his feet, and has a very similar appearance to that of his chest and abdomen, in that there's a obvious discoloration, tan greenish discoloration, and there's scattered skin slippage on both thighs, knees, shins, and both feet.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 176BB?
This is a photograph of JJ face down. This is standard procedure in our autopsy photographs. We always get photographs of the scene laying face down so we can better evaluate the back, the inniness, and the lower legs on the back side. This simply shows that there's decomposition involving the back and the shoulders. You can see there's pretty prominent dark green discoloration of the upper back, shoulders, and upper arms, and to a lesser extent, a lighter green on the rest of the back.
Okay. Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what these spots on the side of JJ are?
Yeah, so there were multiple white punctate spots that were on the torso on both sides, and those are essentially minerals or salt deposition, calcium and other minerals, and that can be part of the decomposition process.
And can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 176CC?
This is a photograph of JJ's lower half face down, from his buttocks down to his feet. Again, showing the evidence of decomposition and the discoloration of the skin. And there was also partial degloving or significant slippage of both feet.
Can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 176DD?
Yes. So so this is a photograph of JJ's arm, and it's highlighted with the ruler. You can see there's some discoloration. As I mentioned before, with decomposition, you can get different types of colors. Some of them can mimic bruising. This one kind of jumped out as it looked more than a decomposition change. It looked more like bruising. It was dark red. So that's a photograph of that.
So you believed at the time it was possibly bruising?
Correct.
Okay. What did you observe in State's Exhibit 176EE?
So this is just a closer up photograph of what appeared to be bruising on JJ's arm.
And can you tell the jury what you observed and did in 176FF?
So this is a photograph of that same area of what I thought to be bruising. And oftentimes what I will do and what other forensic pathologists will do in cases where the body is decomposed is we'll make an incision into that bruise and we'll look for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue and the soft tissue. The idea being that if you do see actual hemorrhage in the subcutaneous and soft tissue, that it is true and true versus an artifact of decomposition. So you can see this is an incision. The forceps are holding it back, reflecting it, and you can see pretty obvious hemorrhage within the subcutaneous tissue and that yellow adipose tissue as well.
Doctor, you may have already stated this, but what portion of his arm was this?
So there were bruising on bilateral upper arms, and they were symmetric. So this was on the right arm.
Okay. And when you talked about the hemorrhaging, just to clarify, where I'm pointing my pen now, is that the hemorrhaging you were speaking of?
Yes.
Okay. Can you state what you observed in States Exhibit 176 MM?
So this is a photograph of JJ's neck, the left side of his neck. And you can see, if I can orient you a little better. So at the top, you can see hair. So that would be hair on the left side on the left side of JJ's head. And then this is a photograph of the left side of his neck. So there's a couple things you can see. One, you can see a slight or faint impression of where the duct tape was around the neck. And it's fairly well delineated. And then in addition, you can see multiple brown to light brown abrasions, some with a small amount of red hemorrhage that are scattered on the left side of the neck and on the left angle of the jaw.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you to pause real quick. I just realized I put this on the Elmo at my angle. Is it better seen at that angle?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize.
So to orient you now, so JJ's eyes and his nose and his head would be, it's out of view, but it would be on the top part of this photograph. His body would be on the bottom half of this photograph. And this is a photograph of the left side of his neck. So again, that impression, if you can appreciate that, it's very well delineated along the superior inferior borders. And then you have multiple abrasions, these light brown to red abrasions that appear most consistent with scratch-like abrasions in my experience. Some with hemorrhage that are on the left side of the neck and the left angle of the jaw.
Doctor, just for clarification, where we aren't able to use a pointer here, when you mentioned the impression, is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And are these the abrasions you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Doctor, can you point out what you observed in States Exhibit 176II?
Yes, so this is a photograph of JJ's right hand. As mentioned earlier, there was partial degloving, which essentially means there's a significant amount of skin slippage on the hands. And you can see the right thumb kind of sticks out. All the other fingernails had a very similar appearance, pretty unremarkable. The right fingernail or subungual tissue underneath the fingernail, there's this bright red bruising.
Doctor, is this what you're referring to, where I'm pointing my pen?
Yes.
And what is the significance of that?
It essentially means that there's been trauma to that area and blood vessels have been broken and essentially has caused a bruise.
Okay. Can you describe what you observed in States Exhibit 176JJ?
This is a photograph of JJ's lower leg, including his shin, left ankle, and portion of the foot. I believe I mentioned earlier that when we removed the duct tape from the ankles, it did appear that there may be some bruising that was associated with that. To the naked eye, just looking at it, it looked like bruising to me. I did the same thing as I did with the arm, and I made multiple sections looking for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue, and I did not see any obvious hemorrhage in that area. So what does that mean? It's
Objection, there's no question.
I'll sustain. It's an error.
When you did that incision and observed the lack of hemorrhaging, what did that mean to you?
So it was inconclusive to me. I can't completely rule out that it's not a bruise, but I can't say that it really is. It could be part of the decomposition process.
Doctor, I had you read the number on the ruler into the record earlier. How is that number assigned?
That number is assigned as soon as the case comes in. We have a computer system, and it's called MDI log. And in order to enter all the data into our data system, you have to have a number. So this is the number that got assigned to this particular case.
Does that aid your lab and office in tracking the specific evidence?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm about to move into a separate discussion with Dr. Warren. More than happy to take up another 10 minutes to do so, but just wanted to ask if the court wanted to break for lunch now or to continue going.
Are you through those exhibits at this time, Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Okay. I would suggest let's keep going for a few more minutes. If you want to go into a new topic, we'll take a moment and reconvert things to the way they were in terms of the monitors in the case. I will note on the record also that the victims, if they would like, will be given an opportunity to view these exhibits in a separate setting. I'll leave that up to them to communicate with the state's victim witness coordinator if they wish to see those.
Very good. Doctor, were you involved in the autopsy of a Tylee Ryan?
Just a moment, Mr. Wood. I'm going to let your counsel go ahead and flip the table back around with their monitors so they're set up the way they're more comfortable. And I appreciate everybody's assistance on setting that up the way we did. All right, Mr. Wood, you can continue.
Thank you. And actually, I'm going to circle back to a couple things before I move on. Doctor, in regards to the bruising you found on JJ's arms, are you able to make any type of determination if that is pre or post mortem?
Based on my findings, I believe the bruising in the arms is ante-mortem.
When you say ante-mortem, is that before?
Yes, before death.
Okay. And what leads you to believe that?
Well, essentially, because, well, one, they looked like bruises when you just looked at them. And then two, when I made the incisions and there was hemorrhage in the soft tissues and subcutaneous tissue, it definitely suggests that it was ante-mortem. When somebody dies, there's no longer circulation. So if, for instance, somebody's picked up after they're dead by the arms, you wouldn't expect bruising, especially in this subcutaneous tissue like you saw in that case, in this case.
And then in the area of the neck where you described the abrasions, I believe, could those abrasions just be decomposition?
I don't believe so. The reason being is they look like abrasions. They oftentimes abrasions that are post-mortem take on a certain look to them. They'll have a yellow appearance. They'll have a very waxy appearance to them, very firm, and there's rarely, or if ever, any hemorrhage associated with them. The abrasions on the neck in this particular case, on JJ's neck, they had more of a tan brown to red appearance, and there was hemorrhage associated with them. So that makes me believe that those are also ante-mortem as well.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, were you involved in an autopsy of Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
When did that take place?
It started on the same day as JJ's case. After we finished JJ's case on June 11th, 2020, we took a very short break and then we started Tylee's case.
Okay. And was that then also at the Ada County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
How did that autopsy commence? What did you first observe?
So this autopsy was different. The vast majority of the times when I perform an autopsy, I get an entire body, and there's a process that we went through, like with JJ, that I go through. Tylee's case was different. It was received by me or Tylee's remains were received in 3 separate sealed bags. One of the bags, or 2 of the bags, were black body bags, And the third was a large brown paper bag that was sealed, and within that contained 5 other paper bags within it. So I received Tylee's remains in multiple different bags.
Okay. How long did that autopsy last?
That autopsy lasted, it was much longer because of the process of sifting through the remains, trying to identify bones, soft tissue, multiple x-rays, cleaning the bones, getting them ready for anthropology. It took on the order of several days, but probably about a week.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you just say you x-rayed that material?
Yes, we x-rayed all the bags and all the material that we received.
And what was the purpose of those x-rays?
You do that in order, you're looking for one, what kind of possible remains you have, how many bones can you see in the x-rays. So what are we kind of looking at as far as how much did we receive? You're also looking for foreign objects. Most importantly, you're looking for projectiles such as a bullet. In this case, we had to keep an open mind. We were looking for anything, bullets. Is there any portion of a knife? Is there any other foreign debris that can be found on x-rays that we could collect as evidence?
Okay, and did you find anything with those x-rays?
There were no projectiles. There were no portions or pieces of weapons. Essentially what we saw was collections of bones in most of them, along with other debris. You could see there's a lot of mud, a lot of dirt that came up on the x-rays as well.
Okay. Based on the remains you received, were you able to do any types of toxicology?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
So in this case, with the remains, there was no blood descent, there was no urine, no vitreous fluid. So one sample that can be used for toxicology is skeletal muscle. And in this particular case, there were large pieces of identifiable skeletal muscle. So I cut into the skeletal muscle and I got the best tissue that I could, and then we send that for toxicology.
And did you receive reports of that toxicology?
Yes.
What were the results of that?
So I believe it came back positive for ibuprofen. It came back for a common decompositional product that we see in most cases of decomposition. It came back with a carbon monoxide level, a carboxyhemoglobin saturation level, and also a carboxyhemoglobin saturation level, and also iron. So just to explain the iron, carboxyhemoglobin, those. So any kind of fire death. In this case, we knew we were dealing with burnt remains. We tested for carboxyhemoglobin. So carboxyhemoglobin or carbon monoxide in fire is often released along with multiple other gases. And if that is breathed in and the person is alive, then you'll get a high carboxyhemoglobin saturation level. So that's why we even did that test. In this particular case, the carbon monoxide level came back extremely low, meaning that there's no evidence to support that Tylee was alive when she was burned. Skeletal muscle is not the best sample to test for that. Blood is, but skeletal could give you an idea.
Were you able to find and identify any organs?
Yes.
What did you find?
So amongst the debris of the dismembered body, we were able to find, I was able to find the heart. I was able to find, and it was actually connected still to the right and the left lung. I was able to find one kidney. I was able to find a few small segments of bowel. I was able to find portions of a liver, and also there were very small fragments of brain matter. Now, with that being said, this was not like in JJ's where the organs were very still intact and easily identifiable. These organs had severe decomposition. They had significant burning artifact. They were charred, they were shrunken, but those were the organs that I found. And presumably the rest of the organs either burned away or just were never found.
Okay. And were you able to identify specific bones?
Yes.
Can you just give a brief summary of some of the bones you were able to identify?
Yes. So in one of the large bags, there was essentially the pelvis with portions of the, at least first portion of the femur that were attached to them. So your right pelvis, left pelvis, sacrum, and then portions, small portions of the femur. In one of the other large bags, we were able to find portions of the skull, including the superior portion of the orbit, where the eyeball would be. Other fragments of the skull, fragments of the mandible and maxilla, with some teeth still intact. There were multiple vertebral bodies from your vertebral column that were identified, both clavicles. There were multiple long bones, including the tibia and fibula from your lower leg, the radius and ulna from your forearm, a portion of the sternum was identified, multiple rib fragments were identified. And I think those were the main bones that were found. And again, these weren't nice, clean bones. These were bones that had significant artifact secondary to the fire.
Okay. So when you say significant artifact, does that mean effects of the fire?
Yes, they were blackened and charred, and also it was presumed that some of the artifact was due to the dismembering process as well.
Okay.
Mr. Wood, would this be a good time to be able to break?
Can I ask a couple more questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Warren, based on your autopsy of Tylee Ryan and based upon your education, training, and experience, have you formed an expert opinion concerning the cause of death of Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
What is that cause of death?
I determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means.
And homicide by unspecified means, does that have a specific definition?
It does. So homicide by unspecified means is a term that is or can be used for the cause of death when the forensic pathologist has essentially looked at the totality of the case, including the circumstances of the death, the autopsy findings and lack thereof autopsy findings in this case, the toxicology, and also based on medical and social records, that the forensic pathologist, which is me in this case, feels that the cause of death was by homicide, but I just can't pinpoint exactly what that was. Most homicides, you can say something like gunshot wound to the head when the body's intact, or a stab wound to the heart. I can't do that in this case. And it should be noted that I guess the term homicide by unspecified means it's widely used in the forensic pathology world. And it's been around for decades, for several years. And there's been published articles about specific guidelines and criteria that you should follow in order to come to that conclusion. So that's where that term comes from.
Okay. Your Honor, we can break now and then we'll continue with
Okay.
Dr. Warren after the lunch break.
We will take the break. This time today, we'll take a full hour for lunch. Give the jurors a chance to get caught up and have a little extra time today. So we'll come back on the record after lunch.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, let's have the jurors brought in, please.
Jury's authorized to counsel, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. We just concluded the lunch recess. Mr. Wood is continuing with direct examination of Dr. Warren. Before we start with continued examination, Mr. Wood, just as a housekeeping issue, in terms of the last set of photographs, they were moved for and admitted in a chronological fashion. I advise that, in fact, certain letters in there were not actually introduced, so that would be 176 W, Z, and KK. Is that
Yes, that is accurate.
okay? So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there will be an instruction given to you later that at times there may be gaps in numbering or lettering. So this would be one such instance where likely if your notes said something was admitted, those three were not in the sequence of those photographs. So you don't need to concern yourself with that, but we do need to have that clear on the record so somebody's not looking for those exhibits in the future if they look at the case file. So with that Noted. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue at this time with direct examination, you may. The court would note all parties are present and the defendant as well, and you can continue to question your witness.
Thank you. And just for clarity of the record, with the next exhibit, I will, as we admit it, there will be a few similar items. So,
Okay.
Dr. Warren, when we left, we had briefly discussed your finding of a cause of homicide by unspecified means.
That's correct.
And you were discussing criteria for reaching that conclusion.
Yes.
And just to refresh the memory of the jury and everyone, can you tell us again, what is the criteria for a homicide by unspecified means?
Yes. So I already discussed that this term is used or sometimes used as a cause of death. So that there are specific guidelines and criteria that are used dealing with this cause of death. One, it has to be objectively suspicious circumstances. And examples used for the guidelines are dismembered body, body is burned, body is buried out of sight, and there's some other ones as well, but this case clearly fits number one. Number two would be no findings at autopsy to explain the death. So it gives a couple examples. One is if you have a full body that's intact and you do an autopsy and there's no other cause of death to explain it based on your autopsy. Another example would be that there's not enough of the body present to determine the cause of death by way of autopsy. So that, in this particular case, that would fit the number two. Number three would be toxicology. There's no toxicology. That would explain the decedent's death. In this case, the toxicology, I found no drugs or substances that would explain the decedent's death. Number four is more on the social / history, including medical records. There's not another reasonable explanation based on medical records, social records, why somebody should be or could be dead. So in this particular case, I felt like this met all the criteria, and that's why I called it as such. Again, it's homicide by unspecified means, meaning I believe, based on everything, that all the circumstances, autopsy, toxicology, all the supporting documents, that this is a homicide. I just can't tell you exactly why. I can't pinpoint it.
Doctor, did you review Tylee Ryan's medical records?
I did.
And in reviewing, what did you find in her medical records in terms of prior illnesses or sicknesses?
So based on the medical records that were available to me, Tylee was documented to have anxiety with panic attacks. She was documented to have ovarian cysts that sometimes caused her pain. She was documented to have pancreatitis or recurrent pancreatitis. In her case, her pancreatitis often flared up when she took antibiotics, but there was, I believe that in the medical records too, there's mention of an possible autoimmune reason for pancreatitis. There's wide variety of reasons to have pancreatitis. And then also she was known to have mesenteric adenitis, which would also cause her abdominal pain. So mesenteric adenitis is essentially your loops of bowel are held together with adipose tissue. And within that adipose tissue, there's numerous lymph nodes. So typically during a viral infection, your lymph nodes will get inflamed, they'll become enlarged, it'll cause pain. It's usually self-limited. And I believe those were, at least based on the medical records that I reviewed, that was part of her medical history.
Okay, and is there anything in her medical history that would provide a reasonable explanation for her death?
No, not in my opinion.
As part of your examination of Tylee Ryan, did you collect any evidence to be sent to other labs?
Yes.
What was that?
So I think we already mentioned that I sent skeletal muscle for toxicology, and we already talked about those results. In addition to that, I collected multiple pieces of soft tissue, skeletal muscle, what I thought was liver, and other organs for potential DNA analysis. So you can use blood, you can use tissue samples, and you can potentially get DNA from those sources. There was also a strand of hair in bag number 2. I talked about how there were 3 bags that the remains came in. In bag number 2 of 3, there was a single strand of hair, so we submitted that to law enforcement. And there's also in, I believe, bag number 2, there was a green bucket, a melted green bucket, and that was submitted to law enforcement as evidence as well.
Dr. Warren, did you, as part of this autopsy, were photographs taken?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 177A through 177EE. Doctor, can you review State's Exhibit 177A through EE and let me know when you've had a chance to look over it?
Yes. Okay.
Do you recognize States exhibits 177A through EE?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photographs taken at the time of the autopsy by our office.
Okay. And you were present during that autopsy?
Yes.
And were some of those photographs even taken under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize those photographs as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of States Exhibits 177A through EE into evidence.
Any objection from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we would object that under Rule 403, these are more prejudicial than probative.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. I've considered that objection. The court does need to consider whether or not the probative value of the exhibits is sufficient to overcome any possible inflammatory effect that may be had on the jury. The court does find that there is a probative value that outweighs the inflammatory nature of what these may show. So on grounds of 403, the court determines that the objection is overruled. I'll note, however, though, Mr. Wood, that is with the previous photographs, there are some photographs in here, not all of them, that I would determine in order to minimize the inflammatory effect that they could potentially have should not be displayed on the large projector screen, may be shown on the smaller monitors for the jurors. And for that reason, I think we've already indicated which ones I believed shouldn't be shown on the projector. Apologies for the delay that may create, but we'll need to reconfigure the displays and projectors when we get to that point.
Okay. Is that exhibit admitted?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, and just for clarity, for the record, if I may now list, there's a few numbers that are not in there.
Okay, so we went A through EE, which I presume is A through Z, then starting with double A through double E.
Yes.
And what is not included in that exhibit?
There is no 177L, 177N, as in November, 177R, 177U, 177W, and 177Y.
Okay. And again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, don't be concerned necessarily with numbers or lettering. Once you get exhibits, you'll be just instructed to consider all the evidence. So with that, Mr. Wood, you can continue.
Your Honor, your court did, I think, briefly show us the exhibits you did not want shown on the large screen. I'm wondering if I could get a copy of that so I don't inadvertently.
Okay, the list I've got is D through H of 177 is the first set. If you're going sequentially through the, or alphabetically through the listing.
We will be.
Okay. The second group then, Mr. Wood, is I believe it's O through CC.
Okay. May I begin to publish and then we'll.
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, can you describe for the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 177A?
Yes, as I mentioned, the remains came in 3 separate bags. So this is labeled 1 of 3, and you can see there's a red seal through the zippers of the bag. Again, the seal is to preserve evidence.
And was there a number assigned to Tylee Ryan's case for autopsy for your lab?
Yes, as same with JJ. There's a ruler with the case number 200611-61, and this is the number that was assigned to Tylee's case.
And can you describe what's in State's Exhibit B?
This is simply a close-up of the seal with number 506600, showing that it's intact.
Can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 177C?
So after we broke the seal and opened the bag, within the body bag, there were large clumps of soft tissue and bone, and there were also 2 brown paper bags. You can see one of them is labeled with burial site ? And the other bag was unlabeled.
Your Honor, on to 177D.
Okay, for that next set, then I would require that, again, for purposes of not making the exhibits unnecessarily inflammatory, that they not be projected onto the monitor. So, and there are 2 groups. If you want to keep it in order, I guess we'll reconfigure twice to do that, but we'll need to turn off the projector at this point. That's what I was going to have, yeah. Okay, we're ready to proceed. Thanks everyone for your assistance.
Doctor, can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 177D?
Yes, so we're still on bag 1 of 3. The previous photo showed you the 2 brown paper bags. The rest of what was in the bag is what you see. It's essentially charred remains of clumps of mud and dirt, soft tissue, and bone.
And can you tell the jury what you observed in 177E?
So this is a photograph of what was in that commingled clump of charred tissue. Once we were able to clean off the debris and most of the decomposed tissue, what we have here is on the right side that's not on the blue board. We have to your far left, that's a sacrum with decomposed tissue and blackened charring. And then the other two bones, the middle and the right bones, that's the right and left hip bone with a small fragment of femur that's still attached to both of them. And you can still see there is blackened, charred appearance to portions of the bone, and there still is some decomposed tissue that's adherent to the bone. On the blue board with the ruler, on your far left, those are two small fragments of small bowel that we found within the commingled remains. Next in line, directly above the sticker that says bag 1 of 3, those are vertebral bodies from the vertebral column. And moving next, the small fragments of tissue, 2 of those are small fragments of essentially unidentified. Not sure where the bone came from, but it's small, probably hand or foot. And then there's some small fragments of cartilage as well. Okay. So that was essentially, this is the cleaned up version of what you just saw in the previous photo.
Doctor, are you aware if any of these items were sent for further testing with the FBI?
Yes, all the skeletal remains were sent to the FBI for a forensic anthropology workup.
Okay. And can you explain what you observed in States Exhibit 177F?
So this is still bag 1 of 3. This is on your left, right above the ruler with the sticker bag 1 of 3. That was what was determined to be, to the best of my ability, charred and decomposed soft tissue. On the right, the blackened chunks of tissue, chunks of material, that was determined to be, those were charred clumps of mud, just ash and rock.
And can you describe for the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 177G?
All right, so if you remember, we're still on bag 1 of 3. If you remember, the burial site question mark was within bag 1 of 3. And this is what was in the paper bag burial site question mark. You can see it came in a foil container, and there's multiple charred pieces of bone and other debris. You can make out on the far left, those are vertebral bodies. The remainder of the bones were just small fragmented bones that were charred.
And can you state what you observed, or tell the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 177H?
Yes, so this is the cleaned up version of what you just saw within that container. On the far left are 2 vertebral columns vertebral bodies that are charred and partially burned away. In the middle, there's those 3 fragments of small bones that have some thermal artifact as well. In the bottom right, that black material, that was determined to be more just charred ash, dirt, twigs, and rock. And then up in the upper right, those are just small fragments of unidentified bone that were charred.
You state what you, Your Honor, I don't know if the court wanted to turn the projector back on. How wants to do that?
Okay, there are a series of 4 more that can be displayed on the projector. Actually, 3 more. It might be, Mr. Wood, why don't you just keep going, since there's only actually 2 or 3 more that I think shouldn't be on the projector, and then once we get through the rest of that other set, we'll convert things back to normal.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you state for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 177K?
Yes. So as I mentioned, 3 bags were received. We just went over bag 1 of 3 and the contents of bag 1 of 3, and now we're moving on to the second bag, bag 2 of 3.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 177I?
This is just another photograph of how the body bag was received. Body bag 2 of 3 is a suspected female.
And 177J?
That is the body lock with seal number 506564, just showing that it's intact.
Can you state what you observed in State's Exhibit 177M?
So this is once we broke the seal, opened the bag, and this is looking at one portion of what we saw within bag 2 of 3. And you can see there are just large masses and large clumps of, at this point it's hard to tell, but you can tell that there is clumps of tissue. You can feel the bone. You can also see, if you can see some green, I'm not sure if you're aware, if you can see that, but on the largest mass of commingled tissue, there's some green discoloration. And that was the green melted bucket that I was talking about.
And just for clarity, Doctor, where I'm pointing my pen, is that part of what you're referencing?
Yes.
And is this part of what you're referencing?
Yes.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 1770?
So this is all also within bag 2 of 3. So you can see there's more black and charred masses of tissue and debris and rock and dirt. And in addition to that, there's 2 brown paper bags. One of them is sealed with white tape. That's the far left bag. And then there's another brown paper bag that's enclosed within a clear plastic bag, and that's at the top of the screen.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 177P?
So after sifting and partially cleaning through the debris and the remains, this is a portion of what we found. At the top of the screen, that's the frontal bone. So that's the top of the skull. And you can see semicircular rounding off at the bottom of the skull, so that would be the top of your orbit. So that's where your essentially your eyeballs would be. So it's the top of the head. You can see there's some charring, there's some dirt still on it. Just to your left, on the far left, that's another large fragment of cranium. So that's a large fragment of skull that has significant charring and blackening secondary to the fire. And the most bottom piece of tissue is a portion of the mandible and maxilla. You can still see that there are teeth, if you can recognize it. Significantly blackened and charred, but there were still some teeth that were intact.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in 177Q?
So as we mentioned before, there were some organs that were identified within that the remains. So this is the heart right in the middle, and then on both sides of the heart are the right and left lung. So they're still attached to one another. You can see the great vessels. They look like straws kind of coming out. So those are some of the great vessels that come off the aorta. And now this is not what a normal heart and lung looks like, just so you know. This is significantly shrunken. The heart and the lungs are both significantly shrunken. They're disrupted, they're charred, they're burned, they're falling apart. So that was what was found, at least part of the organs that were found.
And what did you observe and do in States Exhibit 177S?
So again, this is just a little different view. Although the tissue, the organs are significantly obscured due to thermal injury and decomposition, you still do your best to try to rule out any kind of disease process or any kind of injury. So right there in the middle, the largest piece, that is the heart. You can see there's significant charring, there's decomposition, it's kind of falling apart. And then on the right side, that's the right lung that's been sectioned serially. And on the left side, that's the left lung that's been sectioned serially. So again, the lungs are significantly shrunken. The outsides are blackened and charred. And there's thermal artifact within the middle of the organs. Basically, your lung is typically nice and soft. It had become to the point where it was like a very hard sponge.
And what did you observe in States Exhibit 177T?
So as mentioned earlier, one kidney was identified, and this is that kidney. Very similar to the heart and the lungs. It was extremely shrunken. It was blackened. It was charred. Significant heat thermal artifact. That's essentially it.
And can you describe what you observed in States Exhibit 177V?
So this is bag 2 of 3 after it's been cleaned up. So the organs are not in there, the organs that we just went over, the heart, lungs, and so forth. But these are all the bones that we're able to sift away and clean. As I mentioned earlier, in the top right corner, you can see there's these larger, flatter bones. And that's part of the skull. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a scapula. There's some long bones, including the tibia and fibula from the lower leg. Some of the bones in the middle right below one of the large skull fragments, there's multiple rib fragments. Just to the left, I don't know if you can see, it's at the very top to the left. It's a sternum with multiple ribs coming off of it. I believe there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ribs coming off one side and 2 ribs coming off another side.
Doctor, to clarify, is this what you're speaking about, where my pen is pointed?
Yes.
Okay.
And then there are multiple other just black and charred bones that are essentially unrecognizable. And then even further to your left are some smaller hand or foot bones, as well as burnt soft tissue or charred soft tissue in your very upper left. So basically what you're looking at is after a week of sifting through bag 2 of 3 that you saw earlier, those are the bones and the soft tissue that we recovered.
Can you describe what you observed in States Exhibit 177X?
So if you remember, there were 2 brown paper bags within bag 2 of 3 as well. So within that paper bag, you can see on the left, there are multiple charred pieces of bone, unrecognizable bone. Most likely at the very top, those small, they look like little logs. Those are likely hand or foot bones. And that was what was in the brown paper bag.
Doctor, can you describe States Exhibit 177Z?
So we've completed bag 2 of 3. Now we're moving on to bag 3 of 3. This is a little different. The first 2 bags came in black body bags that were sealed. This came in a sealed large brown paper bag. And within this brown paper bag, there were 5 smaller paper envelopes that came within this bag 3 of 3.
Mr. Wood, at this point, we can continue to just project these regularly if you'd like going forward.
Sure.
We'll take a moment to reconfigure. While we're doing that, I'll again mention that the victims will have an opportunity if they wish to view the photographic evidence. I'll allow the state to submit a request and we'll arrange for that.
Doctor, can you describe what's in States Exhibit 177AA?
Yes, so within bag 3 of 3, as I mentioned, there were 5 other smaller paper bags. This is one of them, and it has identification information, including Fire Pit A Northwest.
Do you recall what was in that bag?
Yes, in this bag, and also moving forth with the 4 other bags, they're essentially just small fragments of unidentifiable charred bone.
You identify State's Exhibit 177BB.
So this was a second bag that was received within bag 3 of 3. It's sealed and labeled with identification information, including fire pit B.
Okay, and what was in, you may have already stated it, but just for purposes of clarity for the record, what was in this bag?
So there were small fragments of charred, unrecognizable bone.
Can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 177CC?
Yes, so this is a third bag within bag 3 of 3, again with identification information. I think the description was suspected bone fragment.
And do you recall what was in it?
Again, small, charred piece of unrecognizable bone. And when I mean unrecognizable, they were bone. I just couldn't say where they came from because they were so small and charred and fragmented.
And State, can you tell the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 177D? I'm
Again,
sorry, let me restate that. 177DD.
So this is a fourth paper bag within the bag 3 of 3. Again, labeled and sealed with the description suspected bone fragments. And within this bag was also small, charred, crumbly, unrecognizable pieces of bone.
And can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 177EE?
And this is the final fifth bag that is sealed with identification information and labeled suspected organic matter. So within this bag, there was small charred fragments of soft tissue.
Were you able to identify those pieces of tissue?
No.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Who will be conducting cross?
I will, Judge.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you can commence with your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Warren.
Good afternoon.
So it looks like you're a forensic pathologist, correct?
That's correct.
So where did you, I think you said you got your medical degree in Denver?
Correct. The University of Colorado.
Okay. And where did you do your undergraduate work?
I went to Stanford University.
Okay. And when was that?
1998 to 2002.
Okay. Any other postgraduate work other than going to medical school?
Other than, and we've already gone over this, but my general pathology residency, neuropathology fellowship, forensic pathology fellowship, and that's it.
Where were those done?
So the general pathology was done at Oregon Health and Sciences University in Portland, Oregon. The neuropathology fellowship was at the same place. I just stayed there for another 2 years. And then for my forensic pathology fellowship, I went back to Denver for the forensic fellowship.
Okay. Now you talked a little bit about forensic pathology and what it is, and I believe you said that in a nutshell, you try to figure out why people die. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You currently work at the Ada County Coroner's Office, right?
Yes.
That's not necessarily that's not an arm of law enforcement, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You're kind of an independent office. You don't work with law enforcement necessarily, right?
I would say I don't work for them, but work with them often.
Okay. All right. And in this particular case, well, I guess when you say you work with them, what does that mean? You are not an independent. You don't look at this case, each body. You don't look at it independently. You kind of look at it with an eye towards law enforcement.
No. So we're our own independent agency, the Ada County Coroner's Office. We perform our own death investigation independent of other agencies. But in case of suspicious cases, homicide cases, we obviously rely upon information. You can't do an autopsy in a black box, right? You can't do it in a basement with no information. So we often rely upon information from law enforcement to help us determine the cause and manner of death.
Okay. And so you say you do somewhere between 200 and 250 autopsies a year?
Correct.
And about 20 of those or 10% of those are homicide or some sort of suspicious circumstances?
Yes.
All right. And the state said that the prosecutor said that you have some sort of a contract with Fremont and Madison County. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you are to determine the cause of death, and they are to determine the manner of death.
That's correct.
Okay. So when you do these suspicious circumstances deaths, do you have any, let me back up, I'll withdraw that portion of it. Do you have any specific training on the collection of evidence that you turn over to the police?
Through my training, yes.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your training with collection of evidence. Tell me about that.
So during your forensic pathology training, you perform a number of homicides. I think even in fellowship, you're required to do, I believe, at least 20. So during that time, you are, at least in my fellowship, you're trained on how to get nail swabs and fingernail clippings, or getting the clothing off the body, or doing anal, vaginal, oral swabs, and so forth. So it's really just based off experience and doing evidence collection where you get most of your training.
Okay. So you don't have any specific training from law enforcement on how to collect trace evidence?
No.
Okay. Do you know what trace evidence is?
Yes, trace evidence that you can, like a piece of hair.
Okay. That's one example of trace evidence. Okay. And so when you're doing these suspicious death autopsies, I mean, I've done a number of murder cases, and so I kind of know the routine, but I don't know that the jury knows. So why don't you tell me a little bit about who's in the room when you're doing this autopsy? You're not doing it alone. There's obviously a photographer, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who else?
So it really varies. If it's, say, a natural, well, I guess we're talking about suspicious death where law enforcement is there or may be there. Oftentimes, in this case, for example, I was obviously there. There were 3 autopsy technicians from the Ada County Coroner's Office who were there, who helped me with the autopsy. There was the prosecutor Rob Wood was there on that day. There were 2 Rexburg Police Department detectives that were there. The Fremont County coroner was there, and a Fremont County detective was there.
Okay. And who was in charge of collecting the trace evidence that was found on the body? Was that your job?
Yes. So ever since I've been at Ada County, it's essentially been the role of the forensic pathologist to collect evidence off the body. So say there's a scene and there's a body at a scene. So at that point, it'd be law enforcement is going to collect evidence on the scene. And then once the body gets transported to our office, there's always been the responsibility of the forensic pathologist to collect evidence off the body.
Okay. And once you, is there anybody there, a police officer, a prosecutor, anybody who's saying, hey, I want you to collect that? Or are you just kind of in your zone and they're just there to watch you do your thing?
No, it's a collective. I think it's a team approach. There are certain things that we typically always get. If we can, on suspicious cases, we always try to get fingernail swabs, hand swabs, oral swabs. If there's any kind of sexual anything sexual to the case, we'll get vaginal swabs or anal swabs or penile swabs. We always give the clothing and submit it to law enforcement. But there is also an element of sometimes law enforcement will ask for specific things. Like, I want this.
Right.
Can you do that?
I guess in this particular case, that's what I don't want to talk about generalities. I just want to talk about what happened in this particular case. Okay.
Right.
So tell me about any conversations you may have had with law enforcement or the prosecutor here, Mr. Wood, or anybody that was in the room as to what they wanted you to gather as far as evidence.
I don't think I can recall exactly what was said. It was 3 years ago.
Right. Was this recorded?
No.
You don't video record?
No.
You don't audio record?
No.
Okay. So it's just your word, whatever happens. Okay. So tell us about what do you remember being directed to collect as far as trace evidence?
So I imagine we had a discussion and we would say,
Well, I want you to imagine, I want you to focus in on this particular case if you can.
right.
And focus in and say, this is what I remember happening.
Okay, so what I remember happening, talking about what evidence would you like collected. We always collect clothing, fingernails, so I'm sure those were all part of it. And then in this case, there were some other things we'd obviously want to collect. The paper bag and the duct tape and the bag that the body came in with duct tape. So I'm sure all of those things were discussed.
Okay, so you're saying these are things you generally do, and so this is what you probably did, but you don't have any specific recollection of having any conversations with anyone on that particular day about the evidence that was collected.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
Okay. And now, by the time these bodies were collected and brought to you, there were a number of theories going around. What was told to you as far as the background that led you to come up with the cause of death here on J.J. Vallow?
For J.J. Vallow, we did have a briefing before the autopsy. Met with law enforcement from Rexburg, from Fremont, and there was an individual from the FBI there as well. And I remember I got a timeline of what they knew at that point, kind of leading up to when they disappeared to when they were found. So I essentially got a general guideline or timeline, of the events that had happened up to that point.
Okay. So now you mentioned that Fremont County Sheriff's Office was there, Rexburg Police Department was there, and now you indicate that there was also an FBI agent that was there?
That's correct.
At least one, or more than one?
There's one.
Okay. You don't recall his name or her name?
I don't.
Okay. Male or female, do you know?
It is male.
Okay. So you indicated the cause of death on JJ was, well, I don't want to get this wrong. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what it was?
It was asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth.
Right. Plastic bag over the head. So tell me what evidence did you collect? Did you collect any evidence inside the sinuses? Did you swab the sinuses and pull out any evidence?
No.
Okay. Did you swab the throat or go down the throat somehow and swab anything down there?
Yes, we took oral swabs.
Okay. And did you find any evidence of microplastics or something that might be consistent with someone being smothered with a plastic bag?
Well, I wouldn't expect to find that, but no, we didn't find anything.
Okay. So how is it that you're coming to the conclusion that this person was smothered with a plastic bag?
Right. So going back, so JJ was found with a plastic bag over his head. That was duct taped tightly. He was bound. There was evidence of a struggle, and there's no other explanation of why he was dead.
So as a rule out?
I wouldn't consider a rule out because there's a plastic bag over his head.
Okay, but that plastic bag could have been put over his head post-mortem, right?
I guess that's possible.
Okay. But you're saying that your conclusion is that it was done ante-mortem prior
Correct.
to his death.
Correct.
And that's based on nothing concrete, just your theory of the way you think the crime may have happened.
No, I think essentially that's how an autopsy and all the tests, that's why you do all of those things. So if you have a person with a plastic bag over their head and is bound, and you do all the tests and you do the autopsy and you find zero reason for them to be dead, then it's reasonable to conclude that that was the cause of death.
Okay, but let's back up a little bit. When I talked about swabbing the sinuses or swabbing the nasal cavity, you didn't do that?
I've never heard anybody doing that in this type of situation.
Okay, what type of situation are you talking about?
Bag over the head.
Okay, so when someone has a bag over their head and they are, and I'm just going off of things I've seen in movies and whatnot, it seems
That's
like
scary.
That's scary to you?
Yeah, but you're going off movies.
Okay. So, well, you're going off of
My knowledge.
knowledge. Okay. So when someone puts a bag over their head and they're trying to breathe in air, is that correct?
Yes.
How this happens?
Yes.
Okay. Does anything that's inside that bag, does it generally go inside the nasal cavity or inside the mouth and down the throat?
I've never heard of that.
That's not how it works?
No, not with the plastic bag.
Tell me how it works.
Essentially, the bag is put over your head and you can't breathe, and then you go unconscious and you die.
Okay. So nothing goes into the nasal cavity.
I don't know why it would.
What are you breathing in?
Air.
From where?
Nowhere. That's
From
why you die.
From inside the plastic bag?
Correct.
Okay. So anything that may have been inside that plastic bag that was close to the mouth or nose would have gone inside the mouth or nose?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
no.
All right. I guess we'll just have to disagree on that.
Objection, that's not a question.
Sustained.
Will we have to disagree on that?
I guess we will.
All right. Thank you. So you turned JJ from face up to to face down. And did you collect any trace evidence that was on his back or his buttocks or his legs?
Yes, we obtained anal swabs.
Okay, but there were no hairs, loose hairs, or anything that, or other swabs other than the anal swabs. Other than that, you didn't take any swabs
No, there was no trace evidence that I found to swab.
that you could see
Correct.
with the naked eye.
Yes.
Okay. The bruising that was on JJ's arms, you indicated that was ante-mortem or prior to his death.
Correct.
Okay. So, how soon prior to the death, or how likely is it that this was done contemporaneously with the death, like at the same time?
That's a good question. So you can't really look at a bruise and date it specifically. They even done tests where you look at it microscopically, and it's not real great. So all I can really say is that the bruising looked recent. It was fresh. It was red purple within the soft tissues. Usually, if it's a healing type bruise, even though he's decomposed within the soft tissues, you'd expect different discoloration, maybe some healing. But it looked recent. So that's all I can really say. I can't say if it was right at the time of his death or shortly prior or how shortly prior, but it looked pretty fresh.
Pretty fresh being within days, right?
Oh, no, I think that's probably a little too far out. Yeah, I mean, I can't say for certain. It was probably right around the time if there was a struggle or shortly before.
So within the day?
Or hours.
Or hours. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any redirect from the state, Mr. Wood?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of this witness. Can Dr. Warren be excused from any subpoena, or may he be recalled?
I believe he can be released.
Any objection to his release from the defense?
If I could have just a second, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, we may recall him, so we're gonna ask that he not be released from his subpoena at this time.
All right, so Dr. Warren, then please maintain contact with whoever issued the subpoena while the trial is still pending. You could be recalled. Based on that, I'd also advise you to not view any trial testimony between now and the finish of the trial, just in case you are recalled. With that, you can be excused as a witness for today. So we'll have you step down, but before we do that, I guess it looks like a good time for us to take our mid-afternoon break. So we'll go ahead and take a break, and then will the state be calling another witness after that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's your next witness going to be?
Dr. Christensen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. We'll go ahead and take our break then for 20 minutes.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Have the jurors brought in, please.
rise, please. Jury's out for the count of 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow, continuing the state's case in chief. The state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Christensen, Angie Christensen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, as we get started, I'll just have a preliminary question or two for the witness. Dr. Christensen, now that you've been sworn, let me ask you, have you reviewed, listened to, or in any way seen any of the testimony that's occurred in this trial since it started?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for that. With that in mind, I'll ask you to please make sure to sit forward and talk right into that microphone to make sure we pick up your voice on the recording. We're making a court record as well, so please make verbal responses to any questions you're asked, and please try to avoid talking at the same time as any attorney that's questioning you. So with those rules in mind, Ms. Smith, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you can do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and then spell your last name?
My name is Angie Christensen, and Angie is spelled A-N-G-I. Christensen is C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Okay. Now, ma'am, are you a doctor? So should I call you Dr. Christensen?
Yes, I have a PhD.
Okay. Ma'am, can you tell us a little bit about what you do for a living?
I am a forensic anthropologist at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, where I've worked since 2004.
Ma'am, can you tell us about your educational background, please?
I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD, all in the area of anthropology.
And what is your educational background? For what schools?
My undergraduate was from the University of Washington, and both my master's and PhD from the University of Tennessee.
Do you hold any certificates?
Yes, I am certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology and the Forensic Anthropology Society of Europe.
And the Forensic Anthropology Society of Europe, how many people are allowed to be in that society?
I'm not aware of how many are certified in that society.
Okay. Just generally, what is anthropology?
Anthropology is a very broad science that includes the study of humans and humanity in any way. So human language, culture, biology is a very broad discipline.
And are you a forensic anthropologist, you said?
Yes.
What is forensic anthropology?
Forensic anthropology is a specialized area of anthropology that includes the examination and analysis of skeletal remains in forensic or death investigation contexts.
And that is your occupation at the FBI at Quantico?
Yes.
Okay. And just so that the jury's clear, what is the difference between forensic pathology and forensic anthropology?
They are related and complementary, but different disciplines. Forensic anthropology, as I mentioned, emphasizes analysis of the human skeleton specifically, and forensic anthropologists are not authorized to determine cause and manner of death or to make a positive identification.
So why would a medical examiner refer human remains or skeletal remains to a forensic anthropologist?
Typically, if they're wanting a more in-depth examination of any features of the skeleton specifically.
And so if a medical examiner wanted an in-depth analysis of skeletal remains, what sort of process, if there is a general process, would one go through in doing such an examination?
A forensic anthropology examination it can be pretty varied and depends a lot on what exactly is submitted and what type of examination is being requested. But generally speaking, an examination will begin with a visual assessment of the bones, looking for which bones are present, their general condition, and things like that. That might then progress to things like looking at bones under a microscope, taking measurements, or taking x-rays.
Now, were you involved in a laboratory number, and I believe an FBI number, HQA3290279?
Yes, I was.
And was that your internal lab number 2020-01332?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was referred to the FBI Quantico by the Ada County coroner?
Yes, they're the ones who made the request to the laboratory.
And they sent some human remains for their case number 200611.
Yes.
All right. And those photos have already been admitted, Your Honor, as the photos from the autopsy of Tylee Ryan. Are you aware that those remains have since been identified?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that those remains have since you looked at them been identified as Tylee Ryan?
I may have learned this information at some point in the investigation, but I don't recall specifically when.
In this specific case, specific process, what methods did you use?
Specifically in this case, I did that initial visual assessment. I did take some measurements of the bones. I looked at some of the items microscopically, and I took CT scans, which are a three-dimensional X-ray.
Do you have an idea of how many bone fragments you received from the Ada County coroner that turned out to be some of the remains of Tylee Ryan?
I don't recall the exact number, but somewhere in the ballpark of 100 or more.
Okay. Was there any decomposing tissue or any tissue with it?
Some of the skeletal remains or bones did have some soft tissue still attached.
And in your position as a forensic anthropologist, do you work with or analyze tissue?
Skeletal tissue is technically a tissue, but it is a hard tissue, and I do not work with soft tissues such as skin, muscle, and organs.
Okay. So let me ask, if you know, if the remains you received were all from one single person, do you have any idea of what percentage of the body you received in terms of the skeletal remains?
Because of the condition of the remains in this case, which were fragmentary, I don't know the exact proportion, but all major parts of the skeleton were represented. So, for example, parts of the cranium, parts of the thorax, and parts of the arms and legs.
Okay. Turning to your specific analysis in this situation, let me ask that you be shown two exhibits for reference, States Exhibits 182A and 182B, both of which have previously been given to both defense counsel and the court. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, do you recognize these?
Yes.
Okay, what are they? And if you could, what is Exhibit 182A?
182A is a schematic or just a general depiction of a generalized human skeleton.
Okay, and what is States Exhibit 182B?
182B is a portion of that same schematic focusing on the pelvic region.
Okay, and are both of those a fairly and accurately depiction of the general layout of the skeletal of human skeletal outline.
Of a general human skeletal outline, yes.
Okay. Move for the admission for States Exhibit 182A and 182B.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Exhibits 182A and 182B are admitted.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll come to these in a minute. Now, ma'am, when you did the review of the remains that you were provided, let's just.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Ms. Smith. We're omitting these just for demonstrative evidence, right? They're not the actual skeletons of anybody that we know of.
I think it's an important distinction that they are, I would consider, demonstrative exhibits since they don't relate to any particular person in this case.
Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, no, that's no problem. And if I neglected to say that, I apologize.
Very well.
Now, turning to the specific examination that you did, what were your general observations of the skeletal remains and remains you received?
The material I received was fragmentary in nature for the most part. There were many parts of the skeleton that were thermally altered or exposed to some sort of heat or burned. I also identified 3 bones with sharp trauma or alterations that were produced by a instrument or tool with a small surface area, such as a bevel or point.
Now, let's talk briefly. Was there any evidence that some of the bones were hinged or bent?
Yes, I believe there. Might I be able to refer to a copy of my notes?
Absolutely. If Judge, she provided the state as she walked in a copy of her notes that she might need to refresh her recollection. Maybe she'd be given those.
Yes.
I'm going to need to see those prior to.
Ma'am, if you need, there's water up there.
I appreciate it. I brought some too. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Yes, from my review, my report indicates at least one incidence of a bone that was hinged or bent.
Okay. And does it indicate also that it was perimortem at the time?
Yes.
Okay, what does perimortem mean?
Perimortem means at or around the time of death, but it's important to make the distinction that forensic anthropologically, what we refer to as perimortem could extend into the postmortem period. And the reason for that is when we are looking at just the bones and we're not looking at any of the soft tissues, all we can see is how the bone reacts to force. And the bone, if it stays in a what we call biomechanically fresh state, but basically just in a state that retains moisture and collagen and the things that make bone a bit flexible, if that's preserved well enough into part of the postmortem period, the bone reacts exactly the same way. So anthropologically, perimortem could be right at the time of death, but it could also be after the death event if the bone was still in that biomechanically fresh state.
And so when you talk about
that it could extend into the postmortem period.
Okay. So when you talk about biomechanically fresh state, what if a bone was subjected to extreme heat or subjected to and received thermal damage? Could that affect that process as well?
Yes, that would affect the biomechanical properties of bone, which would make it more brittle.
Okay. So turning to a discussion of was there any evidence that the bone received thermal damage?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just so that we're clear, what does thermal damage mean?
Thermal damage is an alteration to the bone caused by exposure to heat or fire.
Okay. How were you able to tell that some of the bones in this case had been subjected to heat or fire?
Burning does a number of things to bone. It changes the color. So bone is naturally a sort of creamy white color. And as it becomes burned, it turns tan and black and eventually white. It also, as I mentioned before, causes the bone to become more brittle. So it fractures more easily.
Now, in some of the bones, did you see evidence that there was a lot of thermal damage?
There were some areas that had more thermal alteration than others, yes.
Okay. And were there areas that had less thermal damage?
Yes, some parts of the skeleton had less thermal alterations.
And what can account for that?
When the body burns, there is a typical pattern to the damage that occurs to the bones. And basically what happens is the areas of the skeleton that have less soft tissue protection or less other tissues covering them tend to be burned and exposed first. So the knees, the elbows, these areas with just a little bit of skin covering them. Other parts of the skeleton, like those within the torso, are better protected by a lot of tissue and organs and then tend to be altered last by the fire.
Okay. And did you take efforts to document the various findings you made?
Yes, my findings are in my report.
Okay. And did you take photographs?
Yes, the photographs appear in my examination notes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 181A through 181I. Courtesy copy has been given to both the court and the defense.
Thank you.
And can you take a look at State's Exhibit 181A through I without, and just take a look at them as a group? Do you recognize each of those?
Yes, these are photographs I took during my examination.
Okay. And these State's Exhibit 181A through I are accurate copies of some of the photographs you took of the bones you examined of Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'll of course make an individual record, but at this time, for expediency's sake, I move for the admissions of State's Exhibits 181A through 181I, and for the witness's use in explaining her testimony.
All right. Any objection to exhibits 181A through I?
May I have water and aid?
You may.
Doctor, some of these photographs have scale, and then some of them also have scale as well as numbers with arrows on them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those numbers with arrows on them, those were put on after the photos were taken?
Yes, those were used to annotate the photos in order to demarcate and differentiate alterations that I observed on the bones.
Okay. I'm going to use a term that is probably not appropriate, but photoshopping, that you superimposed the numbers and the arrows, but didn't do anything to the actual underlying photos.
That's correct.
Okay. 181D, I'm not sure. There's some photos, and then it looks like there may be something else there. Could you tell me what that is? The colored, the black with the yellow and green and red?
Yes, all of the images in Exhibit 181D depict screen captures of the CT scan or the 3D X-ray that I took in the laboratory. And that one that's different colors is just a different visualizing mechanism that I used within the CT scan software.
Okay, but you took screenshots of those, and that's based on your taking the CT scans.
Yes, so the CT scan is a 3D file, and what's on this page is a two-dimensional screen capture of a particular view of that 3D file.
And then if you turn to 181G, okay, is 181G has 3 photographs on it, correct?
Yes.
And the bottom 2, are those CT scans?
Yes, those are also 2D screen captures of a 3D CT scan.
Okay, and then the top one is just a photograph.
Correct.
And then 181I.
181I is a traditional two-dimensional X-ray.
Okay, so it's a radiograph?
Yes.
Okay, and did you do that yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that foundation, I have no objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So exhibits 181A through I are all admitted.
Your Honor, I request permission to display these.
You may.
Okay. And we'll take them one at a time and ask the doctor to explain on the record what they are. But first, let me ask a quick question. You mentioned some thermal evidence of thermal damage. Did you see any evidence in any of the bones that you had of carnivore activity?
Yes, there was one bone that had marks on it that are consistent with what you see when carnivores scavenge or chew on bones.
And when you say carnivores, we're talking a dog, a cat,
a meat-eating animal, yes.
Okay. Let me show you what has been marked as 181A. Do you recognize 181A?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a photograph depicting portions of the left and right femur or thigh bones.
Okay. And when you say the left and right femur, why did you take these particular pictures?
I take pictures to document everything in my examination.
Okay. And you earlier referenced that you'd seen some activity of carnivore activity?
Yes.
Is that depicted in this photograph?
It is not, and in my notes, it indicates that this was noted on the trochanter, which is going to be on the back side of what's depicted here in this image.
Okay. So in the back side of this bone is where you found the carnivore activity?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for reference sake, Maybe people's memory of anatomy is better than my own. So, but for reference state, let me show you States Exhibit 182A. Do you have the laser pointer up there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point to us where the bone you just referenced is?
The femur is the thigh bone, which is this bone here.
Okay. So States Exhibit 181A is an image of both the right and the left femur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you earlier referenced thermal damage to the bones and that you could see discoloration, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you States Exhibit 181B. What is 181B?
This is a photograph that I took depicting 3 parts of the skull.
And you mentioned thermal damage. Is there a way to show us what you mean by thermal damage in this image?
Yes. So on this bone here, which is the right side of the face and upper jawbone, this part where you see the blackened area is thermally altered from heat.
Okay. And so when you received the bones, had they been cleaned or was there dirt on them?
My understanding is that they had been partially cleaned at the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And did you take steps to further clean these bones?
Yes. In some cases where there was still some remaining soft tissue, I removed it in order to be able to examine the bone surface directly.
Okay. And why is that important?
Because if I'm looking for any alterations or damage to the skeleton, I can't see it visually through the soft tissue. So I remove the soft tissue to expose the bone surface.
Okay. And so in States Exhibit 181B, we're seeing thermal damage, correct?
Yes.
Do you notice any other items of interest for your analysis?
There is also thermal alteration on this part of the upper jawbone and on this portion of the lower jawbone.
Okay. And again, you had mentioned to us that sometimes there's thermal damage in some of the bones and sometimes there's not. Is that again a situation where if a part of the bone is protected, it doesn't have the same level of damage?
Well, these parts of the skeleton are actually, the front part of the face is not very well protected. So it's possible this part wasn't exposed to the fire, but I can't account for all of the possible patterns.
Okay. But that front part of the face was not, did not show the same level or degree of burns that the rest, some of the other bones did.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you have experience in examining items and bones that have experienced or show evidence of trauma?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of trauma have you observed in bones, just generally?
Generally, the types of trauma on bone that can be categorized are blunt trauma, which is from something with a relatively large surface area moving at a relatively low speed. There's also sharp trauma, which is identified as trauma resulting from impact from an implement with a very small surface area, or such as a bevel or a point. Or high velocity projectile trauma, which is trauma due to a small surface area object moving at a high rate of speed.
Okay. In the bones for Tylee Ryan, did you examine them for evidence of the trauma?
Yes.
Okay. And what sort of trauma, if any, did you observe?
On 3 of the bones, I identified sharp trauma.
Okay. Which 3 bones did you identify sharp trauma?
That was the left and right innominates or hip bones, and the sacrum, which is the back of the pelvis or the bottom of the spine.
Okay. And for reference purposes, let me show you again, States Exhibit 182A. Can you point to us on the diagram that's up there on 182A and show us generally what you're talking about?
Yes. So these are the two hip bones. This is the right side and the left side. And the sacrum is the one right in the middle at the base of the spinal column.
Okay. And that's areas where you found evidence of sharp trauma.
Yes.
Something sharp, a knife or a hatchet or something of the like caused injury in this area.
I can't identify the specific tool type, but it was something with a small surface area, such as a beveled edge or a point.
Okay. And a tool mark examiner would be the person who might try to identify what object would do that.
Yes, the procedure in my agency is the anthropologist identifies the location and general nature of sharp traumas, and that's then forwarded to our firearms and tool marks unit for additional analysis.
Okay. Now, let me show you just for reference, it states Exhibit 182B, which is a close-up of that area. Okay. Could you again point to us the area where you saw the trauma?
Yes, so this is the right innominate or right hip bone and the left side and the sacrum in the middle.
Okay. Thank you. Now, did you document the injuries that you saw?
Yes, I documented the sharp alterations that I observed.
All right, let's start with your item 16. And let me show you States Exhibit 181C. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is a photograph that I took during my examination, annotated with numbered indicators of the sharp alterations.
And those annotations were put in there by who?
I added those.
Okay. And I know you answered defense counsel's question, but since it's in front of us, why did you enter those annotations?
So just to make it clearer in my documentation and report where these alterations were located. Also because these two photographs are taken from two different views, and numbering them helps to clarify that some of them can be visualized on both sides of the bone.
Okay. When you say visualized on both sides of the bone, that means the front side and the back side?
Yes.
Okay. And how many areas of sharp trauma did you identify?
On item 16, which is the left innominate, there were 5 sharp traumas.
Okay. Are these type of traumas consistent with something happening inside of her, like a disease or a natural process?
No.
Okay. Why not?
A disease process affects the bone in a much different way. So a disease might cause the bone to react or respond to that disease by, for example, depositing what we call woven or a very loosely organized bone that results in a weakened area of bone. A disease process might also affect an entire bone or the entire skeleton, for example, in a loss of bone density. In this case, what's seen are alterations to the bone from an external force with no evidence of that response or remodeling.
Okay. When you say an external force, something or someone penetrated and pierced this bone?
Yes, this was an external force imposed on the bone.
Now, have you had experience in looking at bodies that have been dismembered?
Yes.
Okay. Are there areas when a body is dismembered where you expect to see issues that are, or injuries as evidence of dismemberment?
Typically, sharp traumas in dismemberment cases occur around joints.
So when you say around joints, what does that mean?
Around parts of the limbs and body that join together. So for example, where the arms or legs or head meet the torso.
Okay. So the 5 sharp instrument injuries that we see in your item 16 on the exhibit before you, are these all evidence of dismemberment?
These would not be typical of dismemberment.
Okay. What are they typical of?
I can't say exactly what sort of action or implement caused them, but that some sort of external small surface area object impacted the bones.
So why do you say they are not consistent with and inconsistent with other injuries you've seen for dismemberment?
Because these do not appear, these aren't near joints. So typically dismemberment, the objective is to break the body into smaller portions. And that's why the joints tend to be targeted. In this case, all of these sharp traumas are in the area of the pelvic region.
Okay. So you said in the area of the pelvic region. So for reference, if I may, let's use States Exhibit 182B. Again, could you point to us what you're talking about?
So the sharp traumas were all found on the innominates, or the hip bones here, as well as part of the left side of the sacrum. And some of the sharp traumas can be visualized on both sides of the bone because it went all the way through. So it would be on the back side that you can't see here.
Okay, so it's more on the side that would be interior of the body and not exterior?
Yes.
Okay. You referenced earlier with defense counsel having taken x-rays and CT scans of item 16. Let me show you States Exhibit 181D. Do you recognize it?
Yes, these are two-dimensional screen captures of a three-dimensional CT scan that I created of item 16.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Using CT scans helps to better visualize traumas or other features that might be useful for, in other cases, for identification purposes.
Okay. And do you see some of the sharp trauma items that you've discussed reflected in these CT scans?
Yes.
Can you point those out to us, please?
Yes. So some of them are, I don't know which numbers these are because this isn't an annotated one, but one example is here, another here, there's another here, and one here.
Okay. And what about the lower ones? Can you see them there?
This one does not visualize them very well. That setting didn't, but I do see sharp traumas here, here, another here, and another here.
Okay. The one lower, where in the body is the one that's lower, typically located?
Are you talking about this one right here?
Yes, ma'am.
This is on the top of the pubis. If you wanted to show the skeleton diagram, I could point that out there, but it's basically the front part of the pelvis.
And for the record, I'm showing 182. Let me use the large one. Let me do 182B, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Smith, we're drawing right up to our time to adjourn for the day. If you'd like to figure out a logical breaking point here soon.
May I do this one and one more picture, and then we'll be on to another object?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. And you were saying you asked to see this. Where is that area of the pubis?
Yes, that previously indicated sharp trauma was approximately in this region.
Okay. And it just for orientation for those of us how is that by your belly button? Is that by your uterus? Understanding everyone's different, but general region.
Yes, so that's going to be below the belly button in the pubic region.
Okay. And is that particular injury, sharp injury, consistent with dismemberment or inconsistent with dismemberment?
That's inconsistent with what's typically seen in dismemberment.
And we have one more set of close-ups of the sharp trauma in this area. Item 16, reflected in States 181E. Can you explain to us what we're looking at 181E?
Yes, these are detail or close-up views of the same alterations depicted in the other photograph and CT scans.
Okay. When you say these, there are 4 pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And there are numbers on the pictures? I can't tell how well that shows up on other people's monitors.
Yes.
Does it show up?
These are annotated also with the numbers corresponding to the numbers in the other image.
Okay. So the numbers in each of the items for item 16 all match each other, even if they're different shots?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And so there's an image of number 4, number 3, number 1, and number 2 and 3?
Yes, and also the upper left one depicts an additional view of number 4.
Okay. And those are all on the left side, correct?
This is item 16. So yes, let me just verify. Yes, these are all on the left hip bone.
We're done with this view, Judge. I can start up with item 19 tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right. We will recess for the day then. I'll admonish the jury again, please, as you go home tonight. Don't talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do any research into the case. Don't view any media coverage of the case. Follow the case at all anywhere that would impair your ability to be impartial in this case, as you've continued to do so up to this point. I appreciate you doing that every day. The parties as well appreciate your continued service. And so with that, we will adjourn for the day and plan on commencing again tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All right, please.
Okay, well, that completes that for today. I'll just leave you with a little tidbit for tomorrow from Twitter, posted 4 minutes ago by somebody I've not heard of, Alex Capriello. Says, confirmation of what we suspected all along. Lori Vallow's brother, Alex Cox, left fingerprints on the garbage bag and duct tape used to suffocate and bind Lori's 7-year-old son, JJ. So, try to explain that one away. Of course, we know they all want to blame Alex because he's the dead guy and can't defend himself. But I don't think that Alex did things on his own. It sounds to me like Chad was helping on both cases. So, let's see if there's anything else that I see in Twitter really quick. Pretty Lies and Alibi. That's Gigi says, talking with someone who was getting booked in the courthouse last week. She said Lori was downstairs in that area in a wheelchair and winked at her. So, interesting. Let's take a couple of others. More about Alex fingerprints on the plastic bag and tape. And there was an excellent video last night, which I saw. Maybe I can find that really quick, on duct tape and how it works with. Let me pull up my viewing history, because I was watching that last night and it was very, very good. Let's see. Looking. Having trouble finding it. Okay, let's take a look at Lori Vallow duct tape. Okay, here we go. We'll pull this one up.
21 potent plant extract. Joining now, Joseph Scoggin. He's a certified death
investigator, forensic analyst, and a distinguished scholar of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University. Joe, it is one of the most rich forensic tools out there. Just start with the sticky side. Tell me what could be on that in JJ's case.
An incredible amount of evidence, Ash. Happen to have a piece here. I just wanted to kind of demonstrate this to you. Hair, fiber, slough skin cells. But here's the most important part. I'm going to lay a term on you might not have heard tonight in the audience as well. It's something we refer to as plastic prints. Now, you think about the smooth side, we think about leaving a fingerprint behind, but that's from oil. Here, we leave plastic prints. If you press down into the tape and you pull it away, you can actually leave a print in the adhesive. And what's significant about this, it's much more resilient. There's a high probability that whoever did this, that used this tape, didn't wear gloves to do it. You know why? Because it's impossible to manage tape with gloves on. So there's a high probability that they may have left a plastic print in this tape. And the beauty of this, if there can be beauty in this situation, is the fact that you've got feet, not inches, feet of tape that are encompassing this baby's head and all over his body. So you have a high probability you're going to recover that, not to mention, as I mentioned formerly, the hair, and it can be animal hair, it can be human hair, any kind of fiber off of clothing, facial hair. Then you think about dirt transfer. And also, we think that Tylee may have been deceased longer than JJ. What if he were killed in the same location that Tylee was killed in? What if there's some remnant of her that might be left behind in the same environment? You have to think that maybe they perpetrated this in the same location, perhaps. So we have yet to hear from the trace evidence person. That's going to be key. And one other thing, however, you mentioned this in Kaylee Anthony's case, however they cut this, tore it, that's going to be key too, because this is actually a tool mark. I cut this with scissors. If you rip it, it's very unique to itself. You can match it up. But here's another thing. If you tear it with your teeth, if you bite it, you leave behind a dental impression. And also, you can leave behind sample of DNA that's through salivary deposition on this adhesive side. There's any number of things.
It is like a pot of gold. Forensically speaking, it is a pot of gold. One quick last thing I want to ask you about, and that is the fascinating aspect of striation patterns. I mean, most people don't understand that all of them as they come off a production. So when there's one roll of tape, the pieces that are down buried in the ground, chances are there's going to be a roll of tape somewhere, or maybe pieces, like in Casey's case, there were pieces that were used on gas cans. So how is it that the tape is the same? Like, what's the explanation for why the tape remains the same in pattern and it has its own fingerprint, so to speak?
Well, just think about it. If anybody knows anything about trademark law or copyright and all those sorts of things that create this idea of individualization of a product, even at a molecular structure, tape is unique to these manufacturers, and the striations, the way it's kind of put together and the way it's clipped off is unique to that manufacturer. So you can tie it back. You know, what you were talking about with the gas cans in the Anthony case, if you think about if you're on a farm, for instance, like this, and they've got tool handles that are wrapped in duct tape, it may have come off of the same lot, or maybe they bought several rolls from the same lot. That can be a tie back to that. And then you have this poor baby that is deposited on this property. How do you explain the tape that's on him that's there, that is tied back specifically from a manufacturer standpoint to that roll or those other remnants that are left where this deed was done?
It's going to be more fascinating testimony, I imagine, from the forensic investigators in this. So we'll be keeping a sharp eye. Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you as always for your amazing expertise. Appreciate it.
That's interesting. I was just reminded of an episode of Columbo where there was a person who was set up. It was made to look like he had shot himself, and the killer put a note in the typewriter, and he was wearing gloves, and he had put the dead guy's hands on the paper to get fingerprints, but they were only on one side of the paper. And so they said, how do you handle a piece of paper and only get fingerprints on one side? So I thought that was a pretty clever point, which yeah, I don't know. Probably you guys have wondered about plots for a book or a movie or something, and such things. And Columbo, it's not a whodunit. It's how is he gonna get caught for trying to cover it up? So okay, well, tomorrow we have more forensic evidence. So, oh yes, and just one more thing. I was a big fan of Columbo, and I like to go watch them on the old episodes on, well, some of them are on YouTube, but I think you can find better copies on, I can't remember. There's a channel that has retro TV. And it's all free and it's streamed all the time, but I'll remember it later. But it's a lot of fun. So I guess we will call that a night, and we'll see about opposable thumb. We will set up for watching tomorrow. It's going to be forensic evidence time, so we'll look forward to that. I wonder what other things that came out aside from Alex's fingerprints. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.